All right, guys, without further ado, let's go ahead and let's get started. Now, we haven't played this in a long time. I'm gonna go ahead and lower this music here just for a bit. We haven't done this for a very long time, but I'm really excited to see what's going to happen here. So let's, without any more delays with that, guys, let's go ahead and start this bad boy up. Showtime. Ooh, that was loud. All right, let's go ahead and continue at our last save point here, guys. Now, I remember on our last episode, we got totally stuck. So, bear with me as we witness why we were stuck. What the heck was I doing? Dang. Okay, so we're gonna have to backtrack. It's been a while since I played, and this is a live recording, so this is gonna be a lot of running around in circles. If you don't like running around in circles, not your kind of channel, I'm sorry. I do apologize in advance. Just bear with me. But for those of you that just like to stick around because you love to chat, you guys are always welcome to stay as well. Or if you're very patient. Yeah, you'll get it, bro. No problem. You'll definitely get it, you know what I'm saying? All right, let's yo, what's going on there, Raphael? How are you, man? How's everything going for you? Oh, I forgot how slow our character runs here. I'm just so happy, guys. We got everything all back in order. Things are looking good. We got everything set up accordingly. I believe everything should be running very, like, extra smooth. I made sure everything was fully functional before we started off with everything, guys. All right, so we have, like, these stake things, I remember. But I don't think we need them in this one too much. Okay, so when we come back here, we got the monk. Oh, we don't drag the doors. We just push them open and drag them. Okay. I can't do nothing with this guy. Alright, so we're gonna go back out, and what was my objective? Find the Nona metal. Or forge the Nona metal. That's one of the things we need to do here. But first, I think we're gonna do this, right? Wait a minute, for some reason this is not in order. Okay, so we need to follow Jane, which is what we always been doing. We need to find the broken pagoda crest. And then we gotta forge the Nona metal. So once we find those guys, I think we're gonna be okay. We definitely gotta find those. Alright, let's continue looking around, see what we have. We're not gonna wanna go that way. But why do we... Okay, why did we forge this thing? Okay, so we see the dead, right? We can see the walking of the dead. Maybe that's how they came up with the Walking Dead. What if we look around? What if there's like a clue here? Because why are we here? And I noticed that there's some candles hanging off the side of the... Okay, we can't do anything with these guys. Let's look at these candles. Anything? Nah, nothing. We can't do nothing with those candles. Alright. Come on, guys. Give me a sign. What is Trick supposed to do here? There is some sort of objective, and I cannot figure it out. I have to figure it out, though. What the heck is that? Okay. A few more things, and I think we're going to figure out here. Again, candles. Nothing we can do with those candles, so we're going to continue progressing and see what we got on ahead of us here, guys. By the way, I want to thank everybody. I know we've been on a little short break. I had some struggles, no lie. Things are okay now. Cell phone went off, internet went off, and a lot of other IRL events. However, things are okay now. We're okay for the moment, so hopefully things tend to stay that way. So we'll definitely check and see what's going on with that. I appreciate you guys being so patient, though, by the way, for with all that good stuff. Okay, so we got some broken, like, stuff here. There's nothing we can do. We hold these candles and incense, or maybe we're missing something. I think we're missing a piece to the puzzle here. Alright, so let's go ahead and leave this area because I don't think this is going to help us right now. Yo, Jerry! It's a very spooky game, bro. Trust me. It's a spooky game. How you been, man? How's everything going? Okay, Tricks. Let's go this way. We're gonna go... Can I go in the woods? Nah. I forgot we can, like, lean our bodies. Okay, so we got a little area here. Nothing to do with the twine. No. Just got some flies flying around the lantern there. I feel like the ropes kind of give like a indication of like where we need to go, what we have to do. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay, so I remember that coffin because that's where... Wait a minute. What's with these bathrooms? Nothing with the bathrooms, right? I don't know why this one just has like candles in it for some weird reason. This one we can't open the door because whoever's in there didn't want to open it. Okay. Something with these vases maybe? I can't look that high. They're too high up. Okay. All right. Huh. Now this is where we opened the thing the last time I remember. This body. Yeah, this body I think came at us. We're okay now though. But we also got these little statue thingies. We're not supposed to do anything with these? No? Okay, let's continue on then. Alright, so we're gonna move on into the next area. It looks like there were some things over here, so let's find out. There's some more of these guys. Why? Nope, that's not gonna work. Alright. Now, this thing, I remember big time. I can't do anything. I can't equip any items, right? What's my inventory here? Item? Offering, coffin nails? Okay, these were the nails from the coffin, but I don't think I can put these in. It's not gonna let me. The status of the corpse, yeah, definitely. Well, this looks like, I don't know. Hey, Zelda suits are very nice though. Hey, we can't go wrong with Samsys. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking Metroid. Hold on, way off tricks. I was way off on that one. No, and then we got these here, but I can't do anything with them. Alright. Well, we do know that's there. Just not much we can do right at this moment. Let's see. Give me 1 second, guys. Absolutely, guys. All right, so what I'm gonna do for now, let me see. Okay. There had to be something else around here, right? There's gotta be. What's with these signs? I don't know. These signs really mean something, but what? It's so weird. Yeah, but Batman's awesome. Do you like Nightwing? Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Alright, you know what? Let me do this. Alright, let me... Dang it. Let me try to finish this up real quick. Hold on, guys. All right. So we got to figure out what we have to do next, right? Silent Hill graphics. Oh my God, you remember Silent Hill, bro? Such a good game. There's one that I'm gonna play soon because I love scary games. Scary games are like my favorite. You know, I'm stuck on this one though. I need help. I'm trying to do it without cheating. Like I'm not going online looking for cheats or anything. But I'm pretty stumped on this puzzle. I'm missing a piece. That's what we're doing. You know, once we get this piece, I think we're good. And then we can continue to progress in English. Yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. That's insane, though. That is insane. So is Silent Hill your favorite? It used to be one of my all-time favorites. I've been checking on this YouTuber and revealing all the secrets to that PT demo. And to this day, there's still mysteries to that game. Such a lot of things for a demo. I wish they would have continued in production of that game. So sad to see that they stopped and canceled it, you know? Not good. Yeah, these signs are weird. Well, the signs are a different language, but on the bottom, it's kind of it translates it for us, you know. Skull, bro, what's up, dude? How's it going down there, man? Gotta love the weather, right? Mm-mm-mm. All right. That's good. That's good. Tomb Raider was good. Are you guys busy around this time, Skull, bro? Okay. Bear with me, guys. Hold on. Oh. Mm-mm-mm. That's amazing. Oh my God, that Mel Gibson movie, yo, that's a lot of signs, right? All right, here we go. Let's try to let's figure this out together. I think we're gonna get this, guys. All right, so we got more of this like shenanigans going on here. Hold on, I can't go in there, right? No, we can kind of move around in there. There's a bunch of those statues again. Why? But some of these have candles on them. Can't break them. That's where the coffin I think was on the ground. No, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I don't know why these all got like ropes on them. There's gotta be something. It's gotta be something. Where does this take me? It's a dead end, but there's like a spooky random chair just sitting there. Hmm. Yep. So we're not going that way. That's not happening. So let's go ahead and try to turn it around the other way real quick, guys. All right. Well, let's go this way. But this is also another sign, third. So it looks like these are in like a numeric order, but for what? That is like a big question here. For what? See, this house kind of stands out, but we can't do anything with these, so I think these are just kind of out of the question. All right, so let's continue on this way. Why is this one hiding behind a tree? Nothing? Nothing. All right, let's see. There's that house over there, and then what's over here? I think this is where the, or is this where the house was? All the... You guys hear that? Sounds spooky, right? I'm gonna turn the volume up just a bit so I can hear all the howling and stuff. I love that about scary games. Makes it sound like we're really close. You guys hear that? Okay, we're starting to see like the green stuff around here. Okay. The Nightmare in China or Japan? Maybe it's Freddy Krueger. Ah, this is where the body was on the ground. So originally this body wanted to take me, but we managed to get our ways out of that one. I think we're gonna check back at that cabin. What is it that we're missing here, guys? We're missing a big piece of this puzzle here. We need to find the broken pagoda crest. I think once we find that, we can forge a Nona metal at the crematorium, which that's what we found. But it won't let me... We need the metal first. That's what it is. So the metal and a crest. That's a really good one. That is a really, really good one. Now, I believe here we already grabbed what was on the ground. Nothing here. Yeah. You son of a grave digger. Your father makes his living from the dead. What a crook. You're a slime. Pinky Chai. What is that smell? Did you sleep with the rotten corpse? So that's what we saw. The guy that was in there. Nah, I can't go under there. Alright, I don't want to break the game like we did before, so we want to be very careful here, guys. That zombie is from Resident Evil. Yo, Resident Evil 3 is coming out, guys. The remake of 3. Can you believe it? Alright, we are really missing something. So we need a piece of metal and a crest. Okay, where can it be? That's the big question here. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna make some posts here real quick, guys. Forgot to even announce anything here. So let's go ahead. We're gonna do this. We're gonna go here first, and then we're gonna make this quick post. Bam, boom, bada bang, bada boom, bing, bing, ding, ding. Okay, so that's good. That's good. We're gonna do that, and then. Oh boy. Okay. This one's going to be Home Sweet Home. That's the game we're playing. A haunted cabin. Yo, remember what was it? What was it? It was shoot. I can't really, it's not really like ringing a bell. Yeah, let's make a new tweet here. Oh shoot. Dum bum bum da bum bum ba bum. Alright, let's do this, right? Um do 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 do. That should be good. Oh my god, the Ed movie. Wow. I Know What You Did Last Summer. Also a great movie. If I'm not mistaken, I think they're trying to redo I think they're trying to bring back the Candyman, right? I believe. Okay, what else am I supposed to do here? That looks like a crest, right? Okay, this item might actually be hidden somewhere, guys, and we gotta find it. Yeah, just not too long. Alright, let's take a look. Scary Movie's also a really great movie. I do love that movie. Yeah, so today I actually had to fix my my son's Xbox. His power brick wasn't working, so we ended up having to go get one. But now it's up and running, which is good. All right, so what was this way? This way was a dead end. I'm not buying it. There's no way it's a dead end here. See, this one says 5th, so there's something beyond these parts. See, I can't do anything. Can't grab that. This is just another dead end. Am I just supposed to read these signs in something? Or maybe read them in a specific order? I'm to the point thinking that that's all we can do here, guys. Zombie Island. I still need to watch Zombieland. That would be fun to watch. Alright, let's go ahead and head back. I think we're gonna go into the opposite direction, and we're gonna go ahead and see what we can find. Alright, so I believe once again we're running in circles. I hope that can be changed. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going this way. Yeah, we're not going that way anytime soon. Let's go ahead and head back. And the monk is not being a big help right now. He's not telling me anything. He's just so busy meditating. He doesn't want to help me. Why is the monk not helping me? I am in dire need. All right, let's follow the ropes, guys. Keep looking around, see what we find here. There's gonna be something. Something's gonna... Oh, that's a... All right. Maybe something to do with one of these houses. Here's another sign. Yo, something just burst. Oh, I gotta read these in order. Look, something on that sign just disappeared. What the heck? So where's the second? Yo, Kelso, what's up, man? How are you? Yeah, the old arcade movie, House of the Dead. Amazing, bro. Amazing. And see, these guys kind of just disappeared on me, too. We had the little walking... Like the walking of the dead people here. I'm actually kind of cold. I might have to turn the fan off here in a moment, guys. Okay. We need to find sign number 2. I think we might have figured something out here. There's nothing else up here, so we ain't gotta worry about this too much. Let's check out here in the dock, see what we find. Nothing. Okay, we don't need to take the boat or anything. Nope. All right, let's head back. What do I need to do here? Oh, so what happened to your founder's badge or whatever? Didn't you have that? Okay, so there should be a sign number 2 around here. So let's go ahead and try to read these signs in order. Okay, let's look for sign number 2. So we had to read the sign that has like the symbol on it. Yeah, maybe the middle is gonna be somewhere around here. I bet you it's gotta be somewhere around here. Yeah, you don't know, you'll check. Yeah, that's weird, bro. I don't see it. Or maybe I don't know. Home sweet home. That's really good. All right, let's take a look. Oh, is this one number 2? I don't see a symbol on it though, but it is the second. All right, that's looking pretty good. And looks like there's an Amber Alert right now. Uh-oh. You got the Home Sweet Home for the VR? That's amazing, bro. Hey, what's up, Aradar? It's on discount? Nice. Oh, there goes the other Amber Alert. You can change the type of alerts you receive, blah, 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 blah. That's fine. That's pretty important. So if we see those license plates, guys, we gotta make sure we keep an eye on that. There we go. Okay, so we just read sign number 2, but this one didn't have a symbol on it. Kind of worried. What if we messed it up? Maybe it's not like in order. Maybe we have to do it a little differently. Nope, that's not gonna work. What's up, Solid? What's up? What's up? Okay. I see you, bro. Alright, let's oh wait, what's this one? This one's blue. I don't get what's this point of these signs. See, I don't know what I don't even know what that means, so like, alright, let's just go this way. Okay, so we read sign number 1, 2. How do I know what sign number 3? So now we're going this way? What's this one? I don't think I remember this sign. Oh, look. The 5 precepts is a basic Buddhism doctrine that the Buddhists must follow to show their respectful commitment. None of the precepts should be neglected lest the person be condemned to hell for each sin. So we have to read these in order. I should probably take a screenshot of this, right? I'm gonna screenshot that real quick. Here we go. Let's take a nice little picture. And I'm gonna put that like right there. Perfect. That should work. Okay. See, I'm hearing things that I didn't hear before in the game. Yeah, I'm about to save it again just to be safe, guys. All right, so we're still in chapter 3. This is an interesting chapter. Okay, let's do it. So I got the pictures of the signs here, so hopefully... Okay, so we have to follow this. This is gonna be difficult. We did 1 and 2, but I don't know if that's gonna count right now because we'll be kind of going out of order, right? Okay, here's number 1. Well, we did all this already. Yeah, we did 1, 2, so let's go ahead and go backwards. Or am I supposed to just look for 1? I don't know. Maybe we don't go in order, guys. It might be different. Panda, thank you. Nightwing has a camera now? Wow. Nightwing is cool. I mean, Nightwing is actually pretty cool. We're gonna go the other way. I wanna get past this. I don't know why I'm so stuck. This is really really interesting. 1 and 2. Maybe I need to sneak out of the map. Okay. I don't remember what this one is. I think this one's like 4 or 5. This one's not going to be in the right order. That one... This one's 5. I found that kind of weird. It's like it reset it or something. Wow. Okay. Alright then. Let's move this way. Alright, so there should be one... I think right around here. Yep, right here, this one. This one's 4. So I know 4, 5, 1, 2. Where is number 3? By the way, I don't have the metal. I don't have... Maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe that's just... That's so weird. With the solid snake flashlight. Oh my gosh, you remember that? Okay, well. There's no sign here, but this one's something else. Huh. Alright, we gotta find sign number 3. Let's move back real quick. Oh my god, Jerry, that wouldn't be good, bro. That definitely would not be good. There's a lot of running going on. This is like the weirdest chapter I've ever played in this entire game. This is not where the sign is, so let's turn back around. Okay. Yep, I don't know. So sign number 1 had a little symbol. It disappeared. We found 2. Nothing was on there. We skipped 3. Went to 4 and 5. No symbols. So I think once we get the placement of where all these signs are, I think we're just gonna go ahead and go with that and kind of see what the third sign's gonna look like here. Huh. See, I don't get this. Sign number 3. It's not up here. No, because that was sign number, this was 4. I believe this was 4, yeah. Wait, hold on a second. So this is sign number 4. I don't see that symbol on here, though. Yeah, I don't get that. Oh, Dracula's Bride? Yeah, I used to love the Dracula, the Bram Stoker's movie. It's so weird, like, watching it now, like, how young, like, some of the actors were today. And then that one was 5. So how did we just skip 3? Alright, we gotta look for a little green sign. Maybe it was over here. I have no idea. How did we skip 3? Where is 3? 3 is missing. No, I'm almost tempted to just use a cheat, guys. We might have to use a clue. We might have to use a help request. Alright, this side of the building is gonna be closed off. Already got enough of these. I don't need no more of those. Yeah. I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, crouching can be bad sometimes. We gotta be careful. What's over here? Nothing? 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 Okay. These signs don't do anything. Was number 3 over here, maybe? Okay, so this was a different part. Double check here. No, this is second, not third. So where the heck is the third sign? Alright. Yeah, I think I might do it, guys. Oh man, we've been stuck for way too long. All right, I gotta put pieces together here. That is very true. Very true. All right. So why do we have some signs here, red or blue? Like good and evil? Is that what's going on here? Can't do nothing with them. Hmm. All right, let's... We're gonna try to make this one not too long, guys. We don't have much time. Did I just hear something? Okay, so what about under here? I'm gonna check under there. All right, let's go back in here and let's check around because we're definitely missing something. Something's not right here. But I don't see why 1 and 2 and then 3. All right. The docks? Nah. All right, let's check this little fire pit that we had because there's something definitely going on here. Okay, I don't get what's going on here. What the heck? Let me go back up here. There's what are we not grabbing here? Can't go through that door. Never was able to. And we came up here and grabbed something earlier. I feel like we might have to restart the whole chapter. My game's got to be glitched, guys. There's no way. Can we do that? Easy mode's off. I don't want easy mode. Oh my god, Asylum, how are you? Yeah, we don't want easy mode. How do I should just restart this whole chapter, guys. I feel like it glitched on me. And again, this looks like a bunch of metal. We can't grab anything here. No, it won't let me. No, I think what do you guys think? I don't know. We're gonna have to definitely check and see what's going on here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Which reminds me, I do need to get the game save and put it on. Oh shoot! That did kind of remind me. You know what? There's something else out here. There's got to be. I don't think I've ever checked over here. Nothing. Yeah, buddy. Nothing in the water? Nah. Yeah, I don't know. Just something just doesn't feel right. It feels like something's off. Hey, Thomas. What's going on, bro? How are you? Um. There's the first one, but now it doesn't have that symbol. I don't get it. Why? Where I've been? Man, we had a little bit of a crisis. I'm not gonna lie. I had to come out of pocket a little bit so we can get some streaming back in session, but it's okay though. I think we're gonna be okay. These are the symbols I gotta look out for. This is what we need to do here, guys. So originally I was just gonna keep things off for a while, but I kind of figured, I was like, you know what, let me not let it stay out too long. We're gonna hold off. So I'll just have to owe myself later on, which is okay. But yeah, we're okay though. Everything's back to normal for now. We should be all right, at least for the most part. Extracts. Uh-oh, what happened, Asylum? Wait, is my mic not working? Testing, 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 testing. Oh, interesting. Yeah. You know what? How about we grab the candle? And maybe if I grab the candle, we read this sign. We're gonna save it again. All right, we're gonna start from the beginning, but I can never find the number 3 sign, so I don't know. Let's see if the number 1 actually resetted itself. Let's find out real quick. Oh, really? Ooh, gifts are nice. I like gifts. It's not here now. Something ain't right here, guys. Let me load the game. This is the autosave. I don't get it. What the heck is all that? All hail the trick screen. Wow, Project Zero. What's going on? How are you guys? Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys coming in with the re-welcomes. It's been a while. It's definitely been a while. Absolutely. It's nice to be back. It really is. I'm stuck. Oh, I didn't know I can go in here. I don't think it matters. I don't think we're supposed to be in here like that, though. Yep, we can't do nothing in here, though. The caption thing? Wait, what? What caption thing? The captions? It's not done yet, but you'll give me a riddle to solve? Uh-oh, what's the riddle? We got a riddle, guys. Let's get ready. Oh, if it's what I think it is, I think that you can just kind of turn off or on. Okay, let me check my own channel. You got me wondering now. What's going on with me? Got captions? Do we? I don't see any captions. Or maybe it's just not on mobile. Is it an extension that I put on by accident, maybe? I don't remember anything with captions, unless it's whatever Twitch is doing brand new, like in the video settings or something. Oh, you do see them? Wow. It's weird. I'm gonna redo this chapter. Something ain't right. My life is on paper. The sky is sketch. And with the flick of the wrist, my adventure begins. What am I? A paintbrush? Is that what it is? Like painting? Oh, okay, Project Zero, I gotcha. You know what? It might even be what?
Guess what I caught on Sky?
What did you do?
I caught Dreamcatcher.
Yeah?
I caught Dreamcatcher, Hootsuite, and Pinata.
Wow.
And you know what Pain?
So what happens if you catch them and you don't have them? You can't use them?
No, Daddy. If you don't have the trap, you just press B and say don't trap.
Okay.
You still get a bounty though.
Gotcha.
But Dad, since I had those crystals for all of them.
Yeah, I don't have anything with captions. That's weird.
I trapped them, and guess what, Daddy?
What?
Pinata literally takes a bite out of this lollipop and goes like this.
Wow!
And he also goes like this. Punching the candy up and down at you.
Alright, I got a riddle for you. You ready? My life is on paper. The sky is sketch. And with the flick of a wrist, my adventure begins. What am I? A pencil? My life is on paper. With the flick of a wrist, my adventure begins. Maybe it's a diary or a notebook. Uh-oh, they say what's up, Mini Tricks. No! Guys, what the heck am I supposed to do? I don't know what to do here, guys. I really don't. Lighter? Uh-oh. He's... My life is on paper, so your life is on the paper. And with the flick of a wrist, my adventure begins. Flames on. I like that one. That was pretty cool. A story? Snowman? Uh-oh. A flick of the wrist will bring the flame to light. I like that. That's pretty good. Guys, I'm gonna be on that riddle for days. I'm terrible. Like, riddles? Guys, I'm terrible. Like, oh my gosh. What? What? I have no idea, guys. I am the light which you seek is fire. Ooh, I like that. That part about it, that came from the top of my head, and I thought that was the easiest thing I could think of. Really? Alright guys, I'm gonna reload. How about, what is this is 2300. What is this one? Let's see where this one actually loads me at. I'm probably gonna lose a lot of progress. From Cartoon Network, Alien Ben 10. Okay, so what do I have here? No, it's the same thing. Okay, so from the, but that was autosave. I think that's what that was. It's like the game reloaded or something. See, the symbol's not there no more. I don't know. Secretly the Riddler's daughter, right? To be fair. Being something about tricks will be easy, won't be easy. True. Okay, so wait, what just happened here? Things do sound a little different here now. I don't honestly, I'm gonna have to restart the whole chapter. I'm probably just gonna go to the main menu and just restart it all, guys. I think we really screwed up something here. The answer is painting. I did say painting. What? See, look. It's here. That is number 1, but it's... Okay, so you see how that symbol's right there? Okay, so when I read this, first precept, abstention from killing. But then... something's not right here. Answer is wrong. Uh-oh. Lies and slander. Yeah, yeah, we did pencil, paintbrush, painting. Thomas, it's looking good, bro. Keep up the good work, dude. There's a second sign right over here. See, there's no symbol on that one. But that was number 2.
You're fired!
Oh no!
Yeah.
That's not good. Let's go back in here. Why can't the monk like help me? Like why is he being so useless? Oh, I forgot about this. What is the point of that? Does that like reset it or something? Or am I in a time limit or what? I still don't know where sign number 3 is. Monk 2 OP, right. The monk is, he doesn't want to help me at all. Right, that sign is still missing it. Abstention from killing. Maybe the monk knows the answer. Yeah, I tried to talk to him. Nothing, he doesn't want to talk. He spoke to me plenty earlier, but no more. Guys, let me go turn this fan off. It's getting kind of cold. But okay, so the monk doesn't want to help us, right? I think this chair is almost done for. As you can see, tricks from the screenshots I sent your Discord. There's captions. Oh wait, let me double check. Let me double check. Kmart, Heart of Kmart. What the? Extension from killing. It made them up knows the answer he had. Tried to talk on nothing he does. A lot of talk, those speak to me. It feels like I'm talking in riddles. What? Okay. So why is that on? I don't get it. I don't know what that is. How do I let's look this up real quick. Oh, just click the CC button on the video. That's on the video player. Yep, now I see it. Isn't that right, Tricks? So let me watch my own video as I speak with the captions. Will I sound different or will I sound the same? Will my words match the words that I speak as it is written upon the screen? Yeah, let me turn that off. But I think that's just user preference. I don't think that's like a global enable or disable function. No, they won't match, right? The Queen's Riddle is a hard one, my son. Yes, it is. Really? Wow. It probably, I don't know. Guys, I give up. I think I need an answer. What am I doing wrong? I'm just gonna use a helpline. I can't. We sat here for hours. We're running in circles. I'm probably missing the most obvious thing here. And typically, you guys know how I play. I like to play legit. Don't like look at no walkthroughs or anything. Just go with it. But honestly, I'm stuck. Talk to the monk. Let's go back to the monk. But he won't talk to me. Huh. Let's go see what the monk has to say. You seem to walk past a sign with black letters on T a lot? Yeah. This is the sign. So this is sign number 1. And each sign represents something. The monk. There's another one? Wait, what? Let me check these houses. Maybe, am I missing something here? It had like a 5 on it. All right, well, let's take a look. The sign with the 5 on it. Oh, it's in the woods? Okay. Oh, you're talking about the beginning sign. Yeah, so that sign kind of shows us what we need to do. I'm presuming. I did take a screenshot of it. I'm looking at it right now. And it shows the symbols. Are they in different order? Yeah, so we got this one. Yeah, so this is so those symbols on the top right are the ones that I saw in the other green signs. Oh, you're at Home Depot. I gotcha. Hey, that's a fun store. I like Home Depot. So each sign, which the only one I can't find is the third one. Follow the T-strings of Buddha. Okay. Huh. Talk to the monk. I'm gonna talk to the monk. Don't worry. I got you, Queen. I got you. Give me a moment. We're gonna do the monk talk. I sound like ghosts right now, right? That's crazy. So definitely something with those signs. And then we have this. This is like a ritual that we... Oh, wait a minute. I'm gonna do that ritual again, maybe. See... Alright, so here's the monk, right? The monk's here. He doesn't want to talk to me. I don't get what this does. Just for fun or what? Like I'm hitting it with a big stick with a marshmallow on it or something. I don't know. The Four Noble Truths, the teachings of Buddha, can be summarized under the category of Four Noble Truths, which are as under A, suffering is common, birth, sickness, old age, death, etc. Cause of suffering, ignorance, and greed. End of suffering, to cut off greed and ignorance. Path to end suffering. The Noble Eightfold Path is the way to end suffering. The Noble Eightfold Path, the teachings of Buddha, goes round and round like a great wheel that never stops, leading to the... Okay, we're looking at something here. I think we might be getting somewhere, guys. To the noble eightfold path of the teachings of the Buddha goes around and around like a great wheel that never stops, leading to the central point of the wheel, the only point which is fixed nirvana. The 8 spokes on the wheel represents the 8 parts of the noble eightfold path, which are as follows: right view, right thought, right speech, right conduct, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. What is this game called again? We're playing Home Sweet Home 2 right now. Trunks, what's up, bro? How's it going, TSC Trunks? How are you, man? Now we have this, right? So this was something that I put up together and folded up, and when I open this, I see the dead. But see, they walk in circles. But there's nothing here. But I can't take this with me too far out. Incense death candle. Yes, that's what I have right now. Great, happy holidays. Happy holidays to you too. And a happy new year. And a happy holidays. And a happy new year. We're here on live Twitch on stream. I want to say hi for you and me. I'm gonna walk in circles as I don't know what to do. I'm walking with the dead with this candle in my hand. Where should I go to new? Oh my gosh, thank you for that. What was that? That was awesome. Thank you. That was kind of cool. That was really awesome. That is so cool, right? Very cool. It's meant to be able to send spirit that haven't fully crossed over to help guide them to their afterlife. Oh. Yo, I really appreciate that. I love that you stopped at 69 though. Such a great number. It is something dealing with the temple. In this game, I'm not fully sure. Right, it's weird. This temple? I mean, I'm trying to walk in circles, see maybe... So, we're taking real life terms, trying to put it into this game, and it's just not adding up, to be honest. Right, Trunks is like, yep, is this something... Wait, is it something dealing with the temple? Oh, no. I don't think so. I've tried everything. I walked in circles. Hold on. This is new. It's never done this before. Yo, I'm getting goosebumps for real right now. Ooh. Like, look, I'm getting pink flowers around me. This wasn't before. Oh, shoot. Are you serious right now? You're telling me all this time I just had to walk in circles? Really? Whoa. Finally! Okay, so we got the broken pagoda crest. Wow. That's since... Well, that's my shadow. Holy macro, scared me. Wow. No, all you did was hold it. Right. Never mind. Oh, so all I had to do was hold it. I didn't even have to walk in circles. Why did I follow the dead? I was just going with the moment. It just felt like it was something I needed to do. I don't know. Follow the dead? Maybe have them guide me to something? All right, so for objectives, guys, we're looking good. Now I gotta forge the Nona Meadow. Wait, where the heck did it go? Okay. A broken crest of a pagoda made with non-metal iron. Oh, no, the metal. Okay, you know what? I think we're good, guys. I think I know what we got to do now. So we got to go to the crematorium, right? The crematorium. And we're going to go ahead and try to forge this bad boy. Where was it that I needed to forge, though? I think it was this way. I could be wrong. Or I could be right. Yeah, we're right. We're here. All right, we're gonna go ahead and do this. Okay, Jay. Okay, because you are dead in the game. Ooh. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Thank you, Vibes. Gary's laughing. Jay's like, no, Jay, we're back, bro. Wow. Okay, what am I? Did I do it right?
You're fired!
Wow. Here it goes. Oh, we're cooking it up. We're cooking it up. Let's do it. I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry, bro. Oh, wait, what did we just make? We just made something. We got the Nona medal. So what the heck do I do with this? Oh, we're in trouble. Guys. We're in big trouble. There's a body on the ground. Oh, you are out of your mind. Oh, we're in big trouble now. Thank you, Jay. Definitely let me know, bro. Definitely let me know. We got a list of games. I mean, the game list we have is insane, dude. The amount of games we have to play are absolutely absurd. So which way am I going? So I solved all my objectives then. Everything is checkmark except for follow Jane. So we gotta find Jane. This is it, guys. We're making progress now. Go back to the novice. Oh! It's chasing me. What the hell do I do? It's behind me. It's behind me. Why do I feel like I'm running like a slowpoke right now? It's on to me. It's on to me. Oh dear gosh. Oh dear geez Louise. I gotta go back to the monk, guys. The monk needs to save me. Oh my gosh. Woo. Am I okay? Oh my gosh.
Okay, this is everything. So what do we do now?
Well done. I will now begin the ritual and forge the knife. Oh no. Are they with you?
Huh? Damn.
I need to concentrate on the ritual. If they get in, I won't be able to fix the knife.
Don't you have a spell or something to chase them away?
There are too many. If I had such a spell, we would have no use for the knife.
Wow.
I'll see what I can do to hold them off. You focus on the ritual. But are you sure you don't have anything else to help me fight them?
I don't. Wait. There is something.
Give me.
There are nails of Sankawa North somewhere outside. They might be able to help you.
Well, it's better than nothing.
Okay, we're going outside with the nails. I got this, but how did I the heck am I supposed to do? They're probably all over these doors right now too. Okay, they don't look like they're coming in through that one. Or is it just two doors they come through? Wow, that's crazy. Wow, they only came into the two doors? Alright, looks like they're... I'm gonna grab some more of these real quick. Whoa, what the? They keep coming, guys. They keep coming. Can't let them in. I think that's it though on the doors. So let's go back to. They only come in through the doors like these. Oh! Oh! How do I eat again? Yo, I don't know how I eat. How do I use health? This game made paused. Guys, I don't know how to use health. I forgot. No, I'm gonna die! Dang it! Dude, this monk took so long. This is crazy. How the heck do I use my health? I don't understand. Can't be that complex. Alright, hold up. Time out. Alright, I can do this to select it, right? Of course there's no... I could have sworn it was R. G is this. I think I was glitched. Or maybe it was just left mouse. Alright, let's do it again. We're gonna pass it this time, guys. Yeah, this monk was not doing too well. This monk really let me down this time, guys. But we got this. Come on. Come on. I'm not gonna let them break free like that, guys. No way, no how. That's right, that's right. Protect it as much as we can right now, guys. Okay, let's get some more of those bad boys. All right, protect the doors, guys. Do they come in through the other door? I don't know if they do or not. I don't think they do. Oh. No. These are good. Alright, let's go protect this other door because it looks like they're about to break in already. They die so hilarious. Alright. Man, they're about to break through, guys. Monk, work your butt up! What is with this monk? What is with this monk being so lazy? They're coming back in, guys. That other door needs help big time. I'm pretty sure it's left click or right click, or it's gonna be something. I don't know. Oh man, they are coming in deep. Like super deep. Oh, you know what? I think they come in anyway. Yeah, I don't think no matter what, guys, I don't think there was no denying or stopping them. I think they're gonna break in no matter what. There we go. Now he's eating it. It's like he just ate a poop pebble or something. Oh no, get up here. Swing and a miss. Oh no, grab worm. Oh!
There's too many of them. Are you done yet? I can't hold them back much longer. Novice! Novice!
We're in big trouble, guys. Big trouble. Ooh. Gotta go back inside?
They're all gone.
Where'd he go? So what happened? What happened to the monk?
The power's going through me. Is this supposed to hurt?
It appears that the metals were not enough to fully complete the ritual.
Wow.
Listen carefully and heed my words. The knife can only be used for protection and to seize the spirit. Do not use it with harmful intent, or the occult will consume your soul. The ritual, it took all my strength. I will not be able to aid you anymore.
Thank you for everything. Now, it's time to save Jane.
It feels bad, right? That's crazy. Look, so this is our new knife, guys. Remember, we can't use it for a bad intent. Like, we have to use it for the good, greater cause. Yo, I'm gonna grab these. Oh. What do you guys think? What do you think those look like right now? Like, when I see these, it makes me think of like feces, like playing Ark Survival Evolved, like when the dinosaurs took poops, right? That's exactly what it looks like to me right now. Food pill. There you go. Do it. Let's go. I think we're done here. But I don't like this blood on the screen. How are we looking at? Oh, I forgot we could slash. Oh no, we got our knife back. Oh, what the? It's charging. That's interesting. Okay, so we got those back. Poor monk guy. We're not gonna have the monk guy anymore, guys. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, queen. Cow poop? Ouch. It's all UFO. UFOs are good. UFOs are good. So what am I supposed to do now? What are we doing now here, guys? Can't believe what's going on here. You know what? I bet you we're going back to where that one gate was. I think we found her. Is that my Jane? Okay. Lama Kamamadu, right? Guys, this is crazy. Like, we finally, like, this is it. I'm not stuck anymore. I finally move on and continue on with the game. I'm so happy right now. Like, it's crazy. Ryan Trunks, I appreciate you hanging out, dude. I really do. I really do, man. I hope everything's been going good on your end, though. You know what I'm saying? Wherever it is that you may be right now. Like, I hope it's been good. I really do. Come here, Jane. Stop running! Why are you so fast? Something ain't right. She's going to the area where the well, that's blocked off now. Okay, she's gonna go to the area where that gate was with that chair. How much you guys want to bet? It's getting better. That's good, man. That is really good. You know what? It does get better, bro. Honestly, I know, like, streaming in general, depending, everybody's channel is different, but usually around this time of the year, it kind of slows down. It picks back up about January-ish, February-ish, give or take around there. Yeah, it's only giving me one path. Yep, this is where we needed to go. I figured. I think we're going into a new chapter, guys. All not good? No.
Jane! Wait, come back to me!
Jane! Jane! Why is she so fast? I want to run like that. 'Cause it's all coming back. Fifth piece of a mysterious photograph. Okay. I feel like I'm playing Naruto right now with my chakra. This is my chakra knife. Don't you dare. I will swing. Oh, we gotta save. Leave the temple. Save the game. I'm so glad we made progress, guys. I'm so happy right now. Yeah. If anything, I don't think I've ever done like a caster shout out for you, Trunks. Can we get a caster shout out or exclamation mark caster with THC Trunks? One of the lovely mods? You're just so great, man. No, seriously, guys, my mods are awesome. Make sure you guys are following my mods too. What just happened? Am I going this way? Yes, we are. And I don't like how wet why do these trees look so wet? Why are they so slimy and gooey? Why? Pro Design, how are you? Guys, if we're experiencing any lag... Oh, shoot. Please let me know. I just hope things are running really good. Really, really good. I would just really hope it is. All right, hold on. Would that be better? I think that might be better, right? But it feels like it's covering my face a little bit. Or it's actually, it's just this part. There we go. That's much better. Okay. All right. Well, slimy, gooey trees. I mean, look how wet these trees are, guys. Like, they are slimy wet. You're welcome, Chunks. I thank you, by the way. Okay. And thank you, mods. Wait, throw a knife. What? I don't get it. Holy shoot! So I gotta take these guys out? I don't think that was the way to do it. So I gotta get closer to these guys without. I don't get what just happened here. Oh, I see what we're doing here. Throw the knife, get some swings at him. Very nice. We got a weapon now. No evil intent, remember. Oh, shoot. But they were gonna hurt me. They were gonna hurt me. They started it. That's a good point, though. No evil intent. I totally just broken the rules. Trix is bad with following directions. Really bad. Big time. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, what kind of signs do we have here? We have a hut and we have like a river. Decisions. What do you guys think? Do we want to make a left or do we want to make a right? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I did get hit. If you look at my health bar is covered though with the donation goal. The heck did it go? Yeah, we'll turn that off for now. We don't really need that on this scene, right? Because we'll just use it like in this scene. Like when we're in this scene, I'll go ahead and keep all the goals up there on the top, so that looks a lot better that way. So yeah, we'll see what's going on with that. All right, let's continue on here, guys. Yeah, so now you guys can see my health bar there at the top. We'll go to the house. Careful. I love how we have, like, we're not that low on health. Am I going the right way? Oh boy. I don't like this. Music's getting all intense too. Do I turn the light off on? I don't know. What do I do here? Left? I should go left? Project Zero! Oh! Of course I need to go that way. Shoot! And I totally just missed that. What an epic bail on Trix. Go both ways. Just split in half. I like Jay's idea though. That's right. So I bring the spirits to me. Oh! Begone, you evil spirit! Yes! I did very bad on that one. Oh! Wow, how many hits do you need? He said, huh, your knife does nothing to me. Nothing. That didn't go as how I planned. Alrighty then, let's try that again. I really totally screwed up that time, guys. Yeah, that knife is, right. Let me get a recharge. Yeah, I'm about to hide like a little chicken. I'm gonna hide like a chicken wuss. Let you come after me. Come on. Come to Papa. Do you see me? Oh, one hitter quitter. Look at that. How come I didn't do that before? So I think the more I use it, the less, I don't know. Did you see the game I mentioned earlier? Which one? Did you? Hold on. Give me a second. Wait. Did I totally just miss that comment? You said something about like, no, I don't see it, Jay. I don't think it came through, or at least not in this chat. Oh, Tree Pain 2. Oh, okay. Jeez, you take a lot of hits there. Wow, Tree Pain 2. I never heard of that game. What is that? Is it good? Do you have it? Yo, so I was scared today, guys. I had some random person send me a Steam game, right? But I looked at the name and it looked kind of weird. I was scared to accept it because it's a solo FPS game and it's hardcore. Oh, nice. You know what? I played a lot of like FPS games like where it's like very like strategic, like those can get very interesting. We're gonna go left this time, guys. Let's go ahead and bring this over to the left side. By the way, shout out to everybody hanging out here today, guys. I really do appreciate everything you guys do for me here. You guys are awesome. All right, let's move it around, guys. That's pretty much like 1 hour worth of coins I'm going to give you guys for free. Oh, it's a dead end. I can't go this way. Or never mind. Oh! I lied. Can I go back? I gotta hit him in the head. Oh, headshots. Headshots is what we need to do. Not the body. I know, I hate the blood on the screen. It is kind of annoying. I feel like it is a bit... Oh gosh, it is a bit much. Gotcha. Guys, I feel like we're in big trouble right now. Hey, trouble right now. Twabble. Oh, we in Twabble. Thank you for the follow, guys. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate those. Thank you so much. Keeping everything going. Can I sneak behind these guys? I don't know if they're sneaking in his... Oh. Well, we don't need that, but... Oh, gosh. Oh my gosh, we are getting owned so bad. I don't know, guys. I don't know about this one. That kind of hurted. Yo, these guys pushed me back so far, I don't even know where I am anymore. It's just a demo, but it's really hard to beat. Gotcha. Any more moves for the Oni? For the knife? Okay, so with the knife, we have this, right? I don't know what this is for. I think this is just an aim. We can throw the knife, which kind of gives them like a stun. We can whip the knife. And then we have these like little nails that we can penetrate them. This is pretty much an automatic one here with that one. But that's it. We performed that ritual. And all we can do is throw and slash. That's our magic powers. We forged that whatever into our arm just for that. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Unbelievable. We got zombies up ahead, guys. Let's watch ourselves here. Come to Papa. Come on. I know you want it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah, you know you want to come this way. All right, let's get ready for this one, guys. We got to be really ready for this one. Are we ready to rumble? What if I can get them turning around? Look, she ain't gonna have no idea what's going on. In the face, in the face. Nice with the one-hitter quitter. Woo! Boy! All right, so far so good. How are we not supposed to kill? How am I supposed to go through this map without taking out these spirits? This game is such a hypocrite. That's right. Come on. I'm gonna draw you guys in. I'm gonna play it smart, guys. We're not dying this time. They wanna play me? I'm gonna play the enemy. That's amazing. That is just truly amazing how that works, guys. Oh, they're coming in. Ooh-wee. That was close, guys. We're not looking too good on health, though. I need to grab some health items. We need to do something. Got him. So the knife attack works really well. So what is over here then? Looks like a little walk path. So what's this way? More shiny trees. More shiny trees! Oh. Alright, guys. Give me... Oh, it's over now? Oh, okay, good. Sweet. Alright, good, good. Okay, I didn't know. Alright, let's continue on here. Yo, this is the house again. Alright. I need to draw the enemies in, guys. No, I gotta get to that, Jay. I have to get to that, bro. I couldn't do anything because my internet was off, bro. Like, so yeah. I'll go ahead and get that installed. How big is the game? Yo, this guy never came to me. Oh my god, there's so many in there. All right, let's crawl underneath over here and find out what the heck is going on. Am I going the right way? Why do I feel like something's gonna grab me? Nothing happened. Okay. Okay, so we tried the throwing knife. That didn't work, guys. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Jay? Jay!
What the heck?
A doll? Got you!
Oh! And there went that. I think we're on to the next chapter, guys.
Silence! I'm not going to kill him just yet.
What?
Two of you will get an opportunity to die together. It's time! Take her away for now.
Uh-oh. Oh, here I am. I'm in a cell. Not good.
How am I now? I have to get out of here. Where's Jane?
So we're in the same place with Jane. So Jane is still alive? So we got the straw voodoo doll. So what's with this doll? A voodoo doll that makes a target see an illusion of a person that caster wants to be. Ah, we were chasing an illusion the entire time. But I still have my weapons. Okay, so we're in a jail cell right now, guys. This doesn't look like it's going to be a good thing. Well, I think it's pretty obvious what we're going to do here. There we have it. They already came in and grabbed her too, so she's gone.
Jane must have been here.
Why do these things have to always happen to me? He only brings me these rotting foods. I have no one left. I want to die, but he won't let me. He finally told me the reason why he took me. I never thought that it would be the cause of all this. I'm dearly sorry, Tim. I wish everything could be the way it was before. Oh boy, guys, she was writing on the walls. Like, is this a piece of paper? Front page. This house is freaking haunted. I'd never believe in that kind of thing until this happened to me. Tim, you'll never believe me. Another day gone. Another feeling ruined by what you think of me. My heart is completely shattered. All because of you. Back page. Even if I die, you still wouldn't believe me, would you? Is it because of me, Jane? I can no longer be trusted. Is that so? Do I even exist to you? Hello? Deep stuff, man. Deep stuff. You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's get out of this cell and find out what the heck is going on out here. I feel like we're in big trouble. And we weren't the only one prisoners here. Yep, we'll definitely take that. Oh my god. What happened to you guys? Oh, never mind. I think we kind of know what happened to you guys. What about over here? Nobody? Nobody. Yeah, I think we're... To me, it feels like we're going to be, like, deep underground. Oh, gosh. Oh, boy.
What? I was gone for just a few moments and he got away! Find him!
Uh-oh.
The eclipse is about to begin. We'll be punished if we fail. Not now! Go, find him, or we're dead!
So he can't kill me. They need me.
That's it. He took Jane somewhere in there. I need to find her.
I don't know, man. Going straight to Jane might be a bad idea right now. You might want to hold it off. You might want to hold it off. Okay, so they're going to be looking for me, guys. I can get rid of this. We don't even need this anymore. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, just hide there until they die. Right? I like how I went right in there like no problem. That's crazy. That is crazy. Oh my gosh. What time we have here? 7 o'clock? I think we're pretty good. Let me do some finger stretches real quick, and then we're gonna go ahead and continue on. Just to make sure our fingers are... You know what I noticed? We see a lot of green screen. I don't know why it's doing that. It shouldn't really be doing that. Let me look at something here real quick. Take a peek at something. Alright. Why are we having this? Okay. What if we do this? What is this? Wow. Now you guys see the whole thing. Okay. There you go. I don't want the... That's weird. Thank you. Alright. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe it's our see what we got here. Wow. What do you know? We're gonna take it back. Old days, guys. Black and white. Good old days before color TV was even a thing. Alright, yeah. You know what? It's good for now. Oh well. I'll try to work on it more later. I don't know what it is really. I really have no idea. It's so weird. Yeah, that game is pretty small. Oh, it's 3 gigabytes. Okay, that's cool. Then we could do it. Creative, I got you, bro. Did you change a light bulb or something? That would do it. If the light's not the same. Yeah, no, they're both good. I just think they're just getting bad. They, at one point, were pushing out a more like whitish tint. Now they had like that cool like lumens going on. I really appreciate it there, Miss Toots. Thank you. But now I think they're starting to lose that and starting to just kind of look more like a Hooligan. It feels like shading wise. So I think what the problem is. All right, so right here, I'm getting some like shadows. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna have to change that. We'll fix it more later. I'll fix them. For now, though, we're good. I think we're good for now. Yeah. All right. Speaking of that, let me actually go ahead and get ready. Store. Creativerse. I see it here. Oh, I'm seeing some pretty big bundle packs they want you to play or buy. Creativerse, right? It looks pretty cool. It does have like that Minecraft vibe, but like different. There's like bosses and stuff. That's huh. This came out in 2017. Project Zero. Creativerse Pro, welcome bundle. Gotcha. Those are like DLCs and stuff. I'm looking at it now. Yeah, it looks pretty good, man. Alright, so we'll have that install. If the stream lags, let me know, guys. I do apologize in advance. We'll go ahead and install that so that way once I'll get this installed here now, and then Jay, probably our next upcoming streams, we'll try to go ahead and get that in there, bro. I think we're good though. I don't think we're lagging. I think we're gonna be okay. Thank goodness we got the internet back on. Like, I don't get what's happening here though. It's like somebody has somebody on their back like statues. I don't know. Let's get out of here. Yeah, right? We're gonna stay alive. Oh, we got a dead end around here. I can't grab that? Well, at least they left me with a flashlight. I feel like this guy's gonna come and like chase me or something. Yeah, bodies. Yeah, we got a bunch of bodies around here. Medusa! Medusa's great, yo. I love playing Medusa in Smite. Like, she's such a great character. Where am I going? Yeah, dead bodies everywhere, guys. Dead bodies everywhere. Look, this is nothing but like tombstone graves. Like, what is going on here? Like, the monk didn't tell me about all this. Which way am I going? Let's go this way. Oh my god, we're like in a walking morgue right now. Oh, wait, we got a letter. What page? This house is freaking haunted. I never believed it. Wait, we read this part already. Okay, we did read those already. That's interesting. You missed out on a lot of free games on an Epic Game Launcher. I don't even use Epic Game Launcher no more, honestly, Jim. Like, look, I'm gonna keep it real, guys. I am sick and tired of, like, we need Origin Launcher, we need Steam Launcher, we need Blizzard Launcher, we need Epic Launcher, we need some other kind of launcher, Rockstar Launcher now even. Like, seriously, guys? Everybody wants a piece of the pie now. Everybody wants to be the place to where people buy games. Everybody's trying to cut out the middle guy now. So Steam, poor Steam, people are trying to jump in and compete with them and not wipe them out. Now, Epic's done great because of the type of game they made. That helped them a lot. But other than that, I would say Fortnite's probably their only game they got going, right? Yeah, we need a launcher. Yeah, see? That's what I'm saying. We need a launcher to launch Windows. We need a launcher to launch our Chrome. We need a launcher to launch our games. I'm lost. Which way am I going here? This way. This looks like it could be bad. Yo, I'm lost. Where am I going? I think we found the way, guys. Nope. I say we got some lively bodies here. Yeah, that's crazy, guys. Like, I honestly, I have no idea. One of these guys are gonna jump out at me. Like, I know it. Or maybe not. Well, we did something. Probably not a good thing, but we did do something. Alright, Legendary Dragon, what's going on, bro? How are you, man? Yeah, it sucks, but you can only get a certain game on Epic Games Launcher that you can't get anywhere else. Yeah, that's true. It just becomes exclusive on there. And then eventually they move on over to other things, you know. Just like Discord even tried to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, Discord even tried to make Game Store, and they just gave up. They said, it ain't worth the headache. You know what I'm saying? They only got in a couple games and just said, screw it. Screw this shenanigans, man. You know, yo, what's moving? Oh, we got creatures now, guys. They're gonna compete with the other ones, right? A lot of them are not gonna be able to. They're gonna try. You know, I mean, Discord is a great great software or application, but not for a store. Dragon coming in with the love. Thank you for the 10 diamonds, bro. Appreciate it, bro. Yo, look at these guys. You even have Blizzard Launcher, Cog Launcher, and so many. It's crazy. I know, bro. It's insane. Insane in the membrane. There was a lot of parts there. Let's go grab another one. I could probably do my knife thingy. Slender Man, okay, buddy. Yo, Slender Man was such an awesome game. Like, for reals, for reals. Okay, we got that one wiped out, guys. Alright. Again? Wait, Trunks, what the heck is going on, bro? Oh gosh. Okay, you just turned your back on me, which is perfect. How about you turn away, dude? Like, you just gonna stand there? He's gonna stand there. Oh no, it's one of those guys. No, I'm good. Nope. We're gonna back it up. I don't trust that one bit, guys. Not one bit. 3 ads? Ah, man, what the heck is going on? Maybe I need to change some settings. Your face is good software? Wow, thank you, Project Zero. That's nice. Got her down. Okay, so we got her down right there, guys. Very nice indeed. Yeah. I think over here I'm just gonna like type. No point of really wasting our breath too much. No, it's cool. I didn't know there was a grudge coming up. Oh my gosh. Hey, at least it was an interesting ad, right? You know what? Did Twitch finally get rid of that one ad? The one with the Coca-Cola getting people... I don't know if I could take those guys out. No, that doesn't even work on them. Yeah, these guys got no head, but I don't know how... They just kind of one-hit us. We can't touch those guys. Tricks app now on Google Store. Let's go. Nope, it's still around. Oh my god. The app is like... I mean, come on, we get it. It's enough. It's enough already. Move on. Just give us regular ads. Now he's moving. Okay, we had to activate him or something. Follow this guy. Isn't that Tricks app the one with the... Oh, right. I don't think I can take this thing out. How am I supposed to get past this guy? I don't know. I don't get it. If he turns around right now, I'm screwed. Like, I can't stand on nothing. Wow, he just walked right through the rock. Okay. Yeah, this guy can one-hit us, man. I learned my lesson with those guys. He moves around pretty good. Maybe use the knight twice on him? I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, we gotta make a Tricks app, guys. We're gonna make one. It's gonna be called Tricks Gaming live stream or something. Yeah, I don't know. This knife did. Oh, what the hell was that? Oh, that guy had like a sword on him, and luckily I didn't get caught by that guy. I had to think fast on that one, guys, and we thought really fast and very... I thought that was a guy like pursuing me or something. Alright, let's grab some poop pebbles. It's a bunch of these guys. What the hell is that? Supercharge! Supercharge! Chakra. Oh, here he comes. He's coming back. So he could turn his back on us and we're good. Oh, yeah. He's gonna be coming behind me, so let me be careful here. I don't get what that is. What the hell is that? I think we don't want to step on that. I don't know why, but it feels like that's bad news written all over it. Yeah, that's bad news written all over it, guys. Let's watch it. And then it disappears. I gotta go this way when it goes away. Okay. Holy crap, what the hell was that? What's a dead end here? That's not working. Wow, there's a lever here. Is that candles or spikes? This is a trap. This is most... Oh my god, I am lagging. Hold on, guys. Bear with me here. I'm getting some lag. Give me... It's the flames here. Yeah. I'm back with Subway. Why does that sound so good? Spikes? You think it's spikes? I got an email from Origin and they gave me another free month of Origin access. Wow. Wow. Origin never messaged me. They must hate me. Origin, how come I don't get anything? What the heck, man? I ain't getting nothing. You know how weird it felt not to stream, guys? Like, it just felt weird not hanging out with you guys. Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say, that's definitely a trap. spikes are gone. Wow, I almost fell for it. Something ain't right. What's with the traps? We gotta watch ourselves, guys. All right, this looks like this could be an easy. Can you jump? No, there's no jumping in the game. That's what kind of scares me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love jumping because that's like a normal reaction I would normally do. This is a pretty big area. I think we're getting ourselves into a little boss fight. Is that Reptile? Hey, what's up, Reptile? Ooh, you got the trident? Okay. Something ain't right here. We're in trouble. Oh, we're in big trouble. Ooh, we in trouble. We got levers all in here. Oh, look, this one's like the... There's a lever missing there. Just put a rock there. So we're gonna go check out different areas. Is that what we're doing here? This is traps. It's got traps written all over it. I'm scared. That's a long hallway. You hate pickles? And southern fried pickles and potatoes. See Medusa there? I did not see Medusa. Did I miss Medusa? Really? What the heck is going on here? Oh, peace symbol left. Oh, we're gonna need all these. Oh, shoot. We got a square. Oh, there's symbols up here. Square, and then... Oh, wow. This is going to be interesting. It's X. We ain't got a choice. Huh. Oh, wow. There we go. Progress, guys. Progress. We got circle, X. So now we go this way. Nope, I think we just screwed up. Okay. Where was the circle at? Oh. Gotcha. We need to hit that sideways. We need to hit this one. Okay, so that should open up that one. It just closed that one. Alright, we need to reopen this one real quick. Okay. We made it back? This is too easy. I'll take it. So now we close this or what? Oh, that was all just for one piece of that. That's crazy. You can call it a battalion. Whee! No, I see the snakehead and I said Medusa. Oh, you're good. Hey, Steam has FX Maxima, but I don't know if I have a friend on there since I never got the DM on where to send a game. Oh, Steam has it? Yeah, well, my internet actually was off for about a week and a half. It's been quite a while. It was off for a while. We just got back in action. But yeah, I mean, Steam-wise, I don't even think this link even works anymore. But like for Steam gifting, yeah, it's easy. You just click on the profile and just hit like Steam gift. Hold on. That should work. Let me know if that link works. That link should work. And yeah, you could just send it there. It should just take you right to my thing. Or just, do I have you on Steam? Do I have you added on Steam? I don't know. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, that's a Steam group. Never mind. Nothing this way. Wow. Probably be smart if we save the game, right, guys? What chapter are we in? I'm pretty sure we're in chapter 4. Open the gate. Oh, we just need one more piece. So it's going to be this way. Yeah, there's nothing we can do there, guys. It's already open, so let's go in. This room looks like it's not going to be too good. Yeah, just let me know, Kelso. If you need any assistance, just let me know. Welcome back, guys. I really appreciate it. I see you there, Mr. Joshua. How are you, bro? Did it lag for you guys? Because I see a lot of people rejoining. I hope it ain't lagging for everybody. Wow, that's a big triangle, like an Illuminati triangle. What's going on here? Okay, wow, okay. Circle, triangle. I think we get the picture here. Square. So circle's gonna open that door. Okay. And then once we go into, why are you looking at me like that? Once we go into circle, these statues are creepy. Nothing wrong with them. Square is gonna open up the other door. Okay, so we're gonna run back. Triangle. Oh, trust you. Circle. We gotta do circle again. Gotcha. So now we did circle again. We got triangle. Triangle should have been that middle door. I think now we can get in, guys. Yep, triangle was the middle. We got the other piece. Something just isn't right here. Something don't feel right. Something's going to happen. Did you get the internet for an X-Men skiff? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shh. Alright, we're back in this room. Yeah, maximum. I do want to play it though, and you just reminded me too. I do need to switch over my my game save file to my So what I'm gonna do actually is into the B-roll. Oopsie daisy. So now plug. Something I need to do here really quick, guys. Give me just a moment. Where's my phone? Where did my phone go? Oh, right here. Duh. What was it? Phone? Memory. It was on my card. I need a bigger SD card, man. My SD card is just tiny. It's here. Actually, no, it's not there. It's gonna be somewhere else. So let me actually go. It's on here. Here. Okay. I don't remember which one it was, which is this one. I think it was this one. We're gonna do that for all of these. Kelso, hold on, but it's not working? Like, what is it doing? Because I mean, this is actually a good thing because I want to make sure the Steam gift, this should just be a link and easy. Is it just not letting you trade? You're not my friend? Huh. Are you sure? Oh, Kelso, there you are. Yeah, you did add me. I got you, bro. I just added you back. Added you back. Alright, so this is the phone. Where's my memory cards?
Buddy, I just got rage mate.
You did? Good job. I hope this works. We should be good, hopefully. We'll find out, though. I guess we'll be finding out very soon. Just enter my request to be your friend. Okay. Yep, I just accepted it, but I think Steam has a friendship timeline on gifting. Oh. I'm not sure. That is very weird. Very, very weird. Let me make sure this is working. Bada boom, bada bang, boom, boom, boom. Okay, good. Oh. Yeah, no problem, Kelso. That's fine. We can do that. How much is it on Steam right now? Actually, wait, did that game that Jay told me about is done? Let me check. I think it's already done. Yeah, it's been done. Steamworks? What the heck? Creativerse installed. Store. Maxima. Oh, fantasy. Maxima. I see it here. Oh wow. Wait. This one says DLC though. Is this $7.99? Alcoholic reference? Heck. This is upgrade, complete edition. Oh, this is World of Final Fantasy. Wait, what the heck? You know what Maximo reminds me of? You know when you go buy like those little dolls in the stores that everybody collects? That's what it looks like. A 1249 version? Okay. 1249. Kelso, just send me a link to the exact one you want me to get, and I'll make sure I'll get that one, because it looks like there's a couple going on there. Did I save it? I saved it, right? Oh, we are in chapter 4, guys. Oh, we're going into a whole new area now. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, I think for the most part, let me just double check. I'm gonna test my game here real quick. Let me load it up. Fantasy. We're on disc 4, right? Okay, yeah, it's saved. Shall wait. I have it. I like that I can carry over my saves to like different things. Yo, okay, we got big statues around us here, guys. We're about to head into more traps. We gotta be careful. There you go, Kelso. Go ahead, bro. Gotcha. That's the one? Okay. Oh, 1249. So how come I did not see this one? So I was about to get the wrong one? See, this is why I had you sent it. Okay, cool. All right, so I got that page still open just to check it later on. Wow, look at these spikes. So what am I supposed to do here? See some patterns on the wall. Yeah, no, I did not solve the riddle. I did not say. I know you said I am on a paper. The sky is sketched. You said not a painting, paintbrush, paint. You said a flick of a wrist. Paint roller. I don't know, man. I don't know. But whatever it is, I know it's going to be great. What am I supposed to do here? This thing comes fast. Maybe the rocks are safe? No, that one went right through the rock. I feel like... But that didn't work. Yeah, no, these spikes are going all up in this room, guys. Nah, throwing a knife doesn't work either. Something, okay, give me a second here. Was there another way? No. Okay, so we got this room door here. My life is on paper. The sky is sketch, and with the flick of a wrist, my adventure begins. That's a good riddle. You got me stumped on that one. Feels like it's going right over my head. Maybe we do stand on those rocks. What do you guys think? Ooh-hoo-hoo! We need to go right over there. This is gonna be hard. It. Oh, I did something. This is dangerous, man. Dangerous. Ahead, anyone help me? I do need help, guys. It might be the rock. Might have take a chance. Yeah, it was scary, but we did it. It goes down way too fast. Something ain't right here. Let me check over there really quick, just to double check. There was nothing here, really? I think we're gonna need a hint. I think we're most definitely gonna need a hint on that one, for sure. Absolutely. I was like, darn delay! How bad is the delay, guys? Is it a lot? I thought it was only like 5 seconds here. You know what? We're gonna time it right now. Alright, so I'm gonna look and we're gonna do the timer here. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The delay seems pretty good on my end. Huh. Ori, what's up, man? How are you? Oh, the command. Yeah. Well, you have to understand, when you guys type those commands, it sends, like, it triggers my computer. My computer sends the audio, whatever, but by the time you guys hear it, it's like 5 seconds. Been chilling. That's good, bro. That's good, boy. My life is on paper, the sky is sketch. And with a pencil and a flick of the wrist, my adventure begins. An eraser? With a pencil. Notebook? Wait, my life is on paper. The sky is sketch and with a pencil. Notebook? Journal? Diary? I'm gonna run right over there then, next. I gotta get in there somehow, but how? We're missing something here. Takes 30 seconds from relay of command to screen trigger. Really? We all... Oh, wow. I'm sorry, Queen. That's not it? I was wrong again? What?
You're fired!
No! So we know now that life is on paper, the sky is sketch, and with a pencil and a flick. Pencil and a flick. Lead? Oh gosh. All right, it's got to be something I got to do over here. I gotta get in there somehow, but that's square, square, square. I can't pick up or move any rocks? Wait, what? Oh my gosh. Uh-oh, did you do it? Did you do it wrong? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's weird. I'm not gonna be able to make it over there in time. But I'm thinking this is what we need to do here. I'm not gonna make it, look. What happened, Queen? Yes, wait, what? Tricks? Huh? Did it, I'm not seeing anything here. Hold on, let me reload this. How do I Oh, there it is. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, I think you're doing it wrong, Kelso. Thank you for confirming that, Jay. I don't know what to do here, guys. Was there something else here I need to do? Kelso! There we go. It went in now. It went in now. I do see the 1,100, 100, 100, 100, 100. 1,500 cheers. Thank you, Kelso. I really appreciate it, bro. That should cover it. Yeah, there's one problem about that though. That should cover it plus Twitch fees, right? Are you before the second? Okay, so the way cheers work, Twitch doesn't send money out until the 15th of each month. And I have to make sure I hit my limit. The minimum is 100. So if you don't reach $100, Twitch will not send out a paycheck. Yeah. Yeah, so with that being said, it's pretty much gonna sit there until the 15th, and then Twitch will send out on the 15th, which, you know, if I hit the quota. Yeah, that's their minimum amount. So the minimum withdrawal is 100, and then whatever you make throughout the 30 days, each 15th of the month, that's when they send out. So if you don't make 100 that month, then you gotta wait till the next month. Yeah, it sucks. It really does suck. Honestly, that's how well, right now the 15th's coming close, but you said the sale ends. But the thing is, though, I can play it for free on Game Pass, though, Kelso, right? Or is it better on the PC? Let me get over here. I don't get this, yo. I don't get it. So we get here. Why can't I just like put the rocks on it? Yeah, it is only an X or a Cloud Mobile. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about that. A help text on what? Which one? This door? There was nothing in that one. Oh! Queen, you were absolutely right about that. I did not even see that. Wow. Ta-da! mean, I appreciate it. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I did not even see that. I don't know how I missed that. Now I can make it in there. And it looks like it's gonna take us to a secret alleyway here. Oh, hold on. Another one of these. Okay, so that did that for us. Where did that... Oh, it opened over there. Okay, well then we can go this way. Just look for the blue lines, right? I've been slashing this whole game and that just like completely went over my head just now. I don't understand why I was not thinking that. Oh. Oh. Cool. Right, Jay? Right, that's what I'm saying, bro. Bro, we gotta beat Gears, bro. Never beat Gears yet. Oh, my dear jeez, what am I to do? I don't know. All right, let's go. Run, 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 run. All right, we made it. Good job, Trix. What time is it? Holy gosh. Guys, we went into overtime today. Am I missing something here? Doesn't look like we go this way right now. So that opened that. All right, let me go back this way. I think it did something in here too. Whoa! Whenever my knife decides to recharge itself. Finally, we opened that door. Magic! See, I don't even play this game and I know what to do, right? I gotta get it installed first, but need another HDD or SSD, right? I feel you, bro. I totally feel you on that. Yeah, it's okay though. I got the cloud preview. My phone's on now, so I can do mobile games again. I don't have to worry about pooey Wi-Fi anymore. No more McDonald's Wi-Fi, guys. Trix came out of pocket a bit, so we're good. I turn the spikes off? No, of course not. Why would it? Okay, Trix. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All my HDs are dying. That's not good. I know. No, Queen Asylum, you did a really good job. Time for your riddle. Uh-oh. I'm scared. Guys, get ready. Get ready. Riddle me this. Riddle me this and riddle me that. What am I gonna do when you hear a split splat? I'm a puzzle of a jig and a saw of a jigsaw. Oh dear gosh, we're at a save point, guys. This can get pretty bad. Alright, so where are we at now? We're still in chapter 4. Let's get that save data. A pretty newly skull there, right? Looks like there's... What's going on here, though? We're back with the red things again, guys. Let's watch ourselves here. You guys help them? Yeah, guys, I need help. I need help. Hey, honestly, there's a lot of deals on hard drives, Jay. You can get 1 terabyte now for like 60 bucks, 50 bucks. Pretty cheap. But if you want to go solid state, I mean, yeah, you're going to still kind of spend a couple dollars on that one, though. No, big time. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for everything. Take it easy, Chunk. Yo, have a great night, buddy. Thank you so much for everything. I really appreciate it. And hopefully you have a great New Year's and have a safe one too. Yo, we got skeletons on spikes, guys. What the heck? Ooh, what's this? These are hiding spots. Oh, we're in trouble, guys. So why are we gonna be hiding in these? Or is this just... My life is on paper, the sky is sketch, with a pencil and a flick of the wrist. Adventure begins. What am I? Yeah, I still don't get it. My life is on paper. So something on paper. I know I did a painting picture? Is it a picture? Holy shoot!
He must be here somewhere. Find him this instant.
He works out. Oh, yes, he does.
The executioner. He's blind. Still too dangerous to face, though. I need to quickly sneak by.
He's blind? He walks pretty good for being blind. He's a big man. Look at him. That's Hercules right there, guys. So I gotta crawl. We got another one of these. I think he... He's pretty far away now. He's coming back. Let's get to our little cubby hole here. Western Digital. What's the brand? I found an SSD M2 NV. Those M2 NVMEs are good, man, but make sure you got the PCI lanes for it. Hey, it's my riddle. Uh-oh. Right. Yo, man, shout out to Kelso and J13 with the cheer bits, guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, he's coming right by me. Oh, he doesn't go this way. Yo, thank you guys. Thank you so much for those cheer badge. Jay coming in with 100 more cheers for the stream. Yo, this guy is holding it down. My dude, you work out, don't you? Coming from many different directions, guys. We got to be careful here. He's coming. Look, he's looking too. He is looking too. Looks like you only have 2 chapters to go. Don't tell me that, Jay. So it's almost done. My life is a picture on a paper. Ah. Holy gosh, he scared me. My life is a picture on a paper. So picture was a key word. Disguise is a sketch with a pencil and a flick of my wrist. My adventure begins. So my life is a picture on paper. The sky is sketched with a pencil. The flick of a wrist and my adventure begins is a pretty tricky part. How do you hear me? Yo, let's get past this guy, man. I don't know which way to go. I think I just went the wrong way. A frame? Right, yeah. With the flick of a wrist. I feel so bad, guys. Kelso wants me to get the maximum game. Let me see if we have anything in our stream funds, which I doubt. Nope. Uh-oh, not a frame. I think we could, guys. I think he just kind of gave up on me or something. Or he got glitched and maybe heard like a... I don't know. I'm not going to complain about it, though. Not a frame. Uh-oh. My life is a picture on paper. The sky is sketched. Okay, so we know that now it's a picture. Sky is sketched with a pencil. Look at a wrist. Hand. Palm, finger. Artist. Oh gosh. Is he back in here again? Exit the cave? I don't know if he comes in here or not. I don't think so. I'm still crawling through it, guys. I don't know. Nah, he would have came. He would have been coming this way already if he did. Hold on, before I leave. And of course, how do I do this, guys? These guys are not moving, which is perfect. They move kind of slow, which is good. These guys are just chilling up here. You don't want to fall down there, guys, or we in big trouble. What we'll do, Jays, before I go live, like next time I'm on the desk, we'll talk about it. We'll get a day set up for it, bro. Oh boy, big trouble. I wish I could just take these guys out, but I can't. I don't like this at all. I gotta go right between you guys? Really? Butt ball down there, I'm even in more big trouble. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I'm so scared. They're gonna grab me. Whew. Okay, we're good. That was very close. But we made it though, guys. We actually made it, which is perfect. A frisbee, a boomerang, out of frame. Man, I don't know. With a flick of a wrist. Something about flicking a wrist. Well, you flick your wrist with a pencil. A drawing? Is that what it is? Drawing? That's a good riddle, man. Honestly, Queen, that's a really good riddle you got there. I hope I don't fall, man. I fall, I'm in big trouble right now. Is that where I need to go down there? Holy shoot, almost got myself. Can't even see you, bro. Alright, you know what? I'm not even gonna go down there yet, but I feel like I did need to go down there though. What's this way?
Money is a motivation. Money, money, get rich, but not trying.
$7 donation received from Kelso 1987. A little more stream funds.
Oh my god, Kelso, thank you so much for that, bro. Guys, shout out to Kelso coming in with that $7 donation, dude. Thank you very much. I'm definitely gonna save that towards the Maxima, and since you I know we talked about it a lot, so definitely I'll make sure that stays put aside for that. Wow. Am I moving? Yeah, I'm moving. I'm good. What the hell is that? Oh my gosh, yeah. Also, you already know, bro. Now, even though you don't have a sub badge, but because you donated more than $5, you do have VIP now in our chat. So you do get sound alerts and all that other cool stuff too. So welcome aboard, man. You already know. You can do ! VIP just to double check to see your VIP status. And you know the commands of the channel. You've been here a long time with us. You know what to do. You're an expert already. Oh yeah, you got it. Yeah, so $5 or more gives you VIP. There's 3 tier. There's the 5, 10, 20, and then same with like tier 1, 2, 3 sub status. I mean, it's the same thing. Right, Thomas? Right. He got it. Awkward. How come I can't take these guys out? It is not a drawing? It is not a drawing. It's Thomas Hyde. It's Thomas time. What's up, Pepper? It's not a drawing. Guys, we've gotten cheers today. We got our first donation today. Things are looking good. Things are looking really good. Let's take a quick look here. See, let's get a nice little recap of what's going on here. Definitely achieved our bits goal. Definitely, big time. Thanks to Jay and Kelso coming in with that. very close to our sub goal. And I don't know what that is. Oh, you know what? That's actually a different, oh, shoot. You know what that means? I have to add the, I don't think I have. I have to add that in here. Where'd it go? Would be... It has a proper name? Okay. Yeah, but at least now you know, Kelso. Yeah, so pretty much, guys, yeah, like cheers and stuff like that stuff is not like immediately, like it's like we have to wait, like just to whenever we can get it out. I'm doing really good, Pepper. Thank you for asking. Honestly, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why this is not, let me see here. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so it should be this one. Okay, so... This should be it. We don't want... At least now they'll both be up there. That way, yeah, because one Streamlabs and one will be through TrickSpot. I just want to make sure we have them both up there so you guys can see it. So yeah, your 7 is up there now. That's actually perfect. But see, that's not accurate though. I don't know why. Alright, I'll work on that later. Let's get back into the action here. Alright, I'm just glad we got that going though. That's good. Man, we're doing a lot of fixing today. Big time. Thomas is like, what? Top 10? Oh, we need a mod to do it. Can we get one of the mods to do top 10 in chat, guys? I thought I made it to where you guys can, or you know what, try to type that without spacing it, Kel. So I think I made a user command for the subs and VIPs. You guys should be able to do it. No? Dang it. Let me double check here. Could have sworn made one. We just put top. See what we, exclamation mark top. Yeah, exclamation mark top. Sorry. Yeah, just do exclamation mark top. Without the 10, it automatically do the 14. I think 14 is the max. Yeah. Jay's on it. Jay's on it. Good job, Jay. Bro, Jay, I hope you're gonna carry me on that Creativerse, bro, because there's no way I'm gonna be able to do it myself. I'm about to get in big trouble here.
You're fired! You're fired!
Gotta walk behind these guys. Number one, right. Did the holy moly! What the heck? I have the power! You guys scared me. What just happened just now? I was not even paying attention. Did I just miss something? Yeah, Thomas, I got you, bro. Hold on, I'm in a bad spot right now, guys. Hold on, bear with me here. Good, you guys are stuck. I like that. It's perfect. So many of these guys. Holy shoot! You nearly grabbed me, guys. Oh my gosh. I'm out of here. Screw you guys. Screw you guys. It's a big area, guys. Really big area. Let's save it up real quick. We're making progress here tonight. Right? Right? Dang it, that jackpot though. I am not made by an artist, but by fan, my life is on paper. This guy is sketch. But with a pencil and a flick of a wrist, my adventure begins. I am not made by an artist, but by fan my life. Is it Trick 2007? I am not made by an artist, but by fan. Yo, you guys are doing great with those stream stats, guys. Keep it up. Guys, anybody got any idea? Yo, do I go this way? Or do I want to go up that way? Let me check and see what's in here real quick. Something ain't right. March 16th, 1995. First day of the waning moon for the 4th lunar month. Last night, someone snuck in, dug up a grave, and stole a body. I don't know what they hoped to steal, as that body had been there since the Ratanakosin era. There was nothing in the grave but bone dust. The history of the stolen body is unique, though. According to the records from the archive, the body once belonged to a blind executioner who executed prisoners sentenced to the death penalty. He was an honest man and served his duties fairly. He eventually had a disagreement with his master, however, and the master ordered his assassination. The executioner was covered in mystical tattoos that protected him. No weapon, not even a magic blade, could pierce his skin. Eventually, he was killed when he was poisoned in his eye, a spot not protected by the tattoos. Staggered by the poison, he was finally overpowered and drowned by the assassins. Word of the executioner's death eventually reached out to the royal governor at the palace. The body was brought back to the Rasali temple, where the executioner received a funeral to honor his great service. He has been buried here ever since. So that's the guy we were just witnessing. That's why his body's not here. Now we got a little history of what happened with him. Oh. The proper name for a drawing, Tricks. Think about it. Art? And Thomas puts fart. I know. I'm sorry, Kelso. Oh, you know what though, Kelso? You never know. I might get it sooner. You know, somebody comes in, $1 a piece or whatever. We'll get it even sooner, bro. Yeah, some of the commands have waiting time timers. If you want more answers on those, exclamation mark VIP help, exclamation mark SFX, and I'll go a little in details of like some of the things. Why do we have flying rocks in this game? What's going on here? A bunch of stuff. Don't tell me they're gonna bring back that mannequin lady. I feel like that's what's going on here. I finally found it. A technique for holding all the required souls without disintegrating. A body with this special ability has to belong to a person who surrounded himself with death in all his life. A murderer, a soldier, an executioner. The physical body that has seen deaths of so many others will be this special vessel. Good. My spell to control all the dead will work. I will use this body to hold all these worthless souls. Wow. Wow, it's pretty deep, man. Pretty deep, bro. See, you got to January 6th, Jay. I am art made by a fan. My life is on paper. The skies are sketched with a pencil and a flick of a ring. Queen, is it fan art? Is that what you're doing? Are you drawing a fan art? Is that what you're doing? Wow! We figured it out! Woo! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Kelsa, what the heck is that? Do I even want to know? Is that Cheeks? Is that a cat? Ken's butt? Oh gosh. Yeah, it was some cheeks. We're looking at Ken's butt. Where's Ryu? That's hilarious. Guys, I feel like we're about to get chased. I feel like we're in big trouble. The heck is all this? That door looks too... Escape from the escape form for the prison? Holy shiznit! Man, I knew it was too good to be true. I knew it. I knew it. Kelso, what the? I see the gas. I want a fart emo so bad. Give me a second, guys. Look at those emotes. Ooh. Yeah, now subs, you guys shouldn't have any limits. You guys should be able to just like emoji it up. It should be anyways. I don't think there is any limits. Oh no, Queen! Look at Kelso. Kelso's going for it. Jay's going for it. Wow! Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, you guys are good. Alright, you guys are good. Yeah, my game crashed, guys. Sorry about that. I don't have it. Wait, what? Have what? What emote? Oh, thank goodness the game saved.
What the hell was that?
Oh, okay. Hello. Rocks, papers, scissors. Uh-oh, Queen of Silence is drawing us a fan art. Yo, I can't wait to see it though. I think it's gonna be awesome. Thank you. I should have knew that since the beginning. That one, their emo? Oh. That one right there. Look at Jay. Jay's rubbing it in. Jay's rubbing it in. He's like, you mean this one? Or that one? How about this one? Oh, you're talking about that one. I gotcha. Okay. Alright, let's keep going, guys. Alright, let's be very careful here, though. We're gonna have to crawl it up. Cheers to that one. Uh-oh. Oh, yep, Kelso, your donation did come through. I just got a PayPal notification. Thank you so much for that, bro. Really appreciate it, guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. I mean, first day back, it's been a while already. I'm feeling the love. I really appreciate it, guys. Honestly, I'm grateful for anything. I don't care how big, how small. Not this guy again. Is it the big guy again? Yep. Oh, I need him to break that probably. He doesn't hear my footsteps right now? Oh, this area just blacked out. It's not gonna let me go that way no more. It should be in your emos under holidays. Oh, there you go. Even a penny? Penny's good. Hey, penny adds up. I mean, I guess it would be a penny wise, right? A wise penny. Honestly, sometimes I'll be thinking like, you know, like nowadays, especially in my area, there's a lot of people hanging out on the highways. There was times I used to crack jokes with people. I'm like, man, these people make more money than I do live streaming. You know what I'm saying? Like they make it like 10, 20 bucks, 50 bucks, 100 bucks a day. I'm sitting here gaming for 8 hours. They're sitting at the highway for 8 hours. They make more than I do. That's crazy. Yeah, no, you can. No, seriously, you can. Oh, he doesn't like that. Oh, he doesn't like that. That makes him angry. I want to know this guy's workout routine. You was an executioner. We know a little history about you now, boy. Oh, there's a lot of things we need him to break. Well, let me go back this way. It looks like he's gonna walk in circles. Is that what he's gonna do? Yeah, he's gonna go in circles, guys. You have all the old emotes? Nice. Bang the pong. Let's do it. Yeah. What are your guys' thoughts on all that? Right, guys, I'm loving the emos. Hey, I'm okay with it. You guys can spam all you want. Don't bother me. All right, we gotta get behind this guy. Look at that sword he's carrying. What is he, like a ninja? Namatawa? I was like, he's about to be mad. Need to figure out which one of these I need to have him hit. It should be the list over there, right? Okay, so here's the next one right here, guys. Let's knock this one out. Look, he's mad. He's mad. Look at him. Look at him. And then we're gonna do this one next. Let's get out of here. Oh, we got some like Anubis statues going on here, guys. Or like horse heads. What list? Wait, what? Them sounds though. Yes, it should be in the list over there. Look at Kelso, right? Oh, the character. Yeah, I make my enemies moan. Still past the executioner. Still? I don't trust this. Something wrong here. What the hell is going on here? Are we in like a temple? Like a Oh, we in trouble. We're in big trouble. Big trouble. Like a G, right? Open the gate. Say it like it's nothing. Open the gate! Yeah, I wish they made a new Alice in Wonderland, though. An Alice in Wonderland would be awesome. Right. Okay, guys. Give me just a moment, okay? Hold on. All right, back in action here, guys. Let's see what else we got going on. Okay, let's see what else we got here. All right, let's continue on. All right, so we have to open up the gates right now, guys. It's exactly what we are doing here. Okay, I like that. It's good. Got the referee. The referee up in the house. Yo, I could walk, right? I don't have to cut those. Something's wrong here. Oh, we gotta find statues and put them in. Oh. There's a bunch of these that we need to do here, guys. So let's look around for these statues. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 to go. I guess we're gonna look this way first, see what we have here. Make sure there ain't no traps around us, though. Pretty big area. Let's be careful. What's up this way, though? I want to explore, see what we find. Exploration. We're in a dead end right now, guys, but we gotta be careful. These guys are back. The Kraken! Release the Kraken! Do that, do that. Where are these guys? Oh, it's one of those guys. Gotcha. Got him right before he was about to swing on me, though, but I got him just in time, guys. I'm glad that's a one-hitter. These guys are posted up, though. Got him. All right, good job. We gotta hold it down, guys. I'm trying to hold it down here. Be careful. All right, we're gonna have to try to get this one. Got him. I love those stakes though, because like one hit is so great. Oh, what if Big Man is one? Wait, what? Big Man is one? What do you mean? I don't get it. Good. That's really good there, Lima. Very good indeed. We're trying to stay alive. Trying to be careful. We're making progress. Jay's already said we're getting pretty close to the end of the conclusion of the game here, which is good. Looks like we're walking into a morgue. That's very good. Whoa. Dang it, he swung at me. They don't do much damage though. Alright, we need to collect whatever we have. We just take them all out? I think we just took out every single enemy in this room except for one way down at the end there. I'm not even gonna worry about him, honestly. Maybe that's why you don't see all the emotes. Wait, what? Freeze with knife? Yes! It's not one of the ones that, got both of you. Problem is, I have no more stakes left. So we're gonna have to be careful there, guys. There we go, we got one. Looks like we're gonna go right where that guy is. Boom, Twitch history. Right. Oh, we got two now. Keep it up, guys, keep it up. Answered your question? The executioner, what if he has the one of the totems that we are going to do? That would be really bad. If that's the one you meant. That would be really bad. I'm hoping that's not the case, but I wouldn't doubt it, of course. Wow, you took a few hits on that one, buddy. Well, we got you. It's all good, man. There's one of the totems right there. We got it. Take it. Okay, anything around here? Maybe some items or anything? Nope, nothing in particular. Nothing that's gonna help us here, guys. Yeah. You know tricks don't pay attention. I know, Thomas. I don't. Seriously, guys, I don't. I try to pay attention, but then I don't pay attention because when I pay attention, I can't pay attention. But when I can't pay attention, it usually helps me pay attention. Either way, it's still attention. Oh, we got one of those healthy thingies. Ooh. Wait a minute. Is this where we first started? Interesting. Right. Guys, we're almost at 10,000 on that jackpot. Got it. Ooh, we got it. Ooh, we got it. What is going on here? Panchapaki? Panchapaki? Looks like we're gonna need that. Well, let's grab this one too. We got 2 of them, guys. There's 2 more missing. We'll definitely take that. Anything in here? No, we're good. Yeah, we probably don't want to open up that door quite yet. We'll take that though. I'm gonna wait till this is ready. Got her. Okay, so this is the 6th piece of the mysterious photo. Oh yeah, we'll definitely take that for sure. Show slots just takes... It doesn't have a win. Uh-oh. Yeah, so far I'm testing it. I have to see what's going on with it. I'm trying to remember if there was something, because it's a custom command that I made. So if nobody wins, well, we'll see. Yeah, you're not able to choose how many to play in a slot. You can only do, I think it's 25 retro coins for each time you play. It's just 25 retro coins. Here we go. Let's get back this way. Yeah, now nobody's winning. I don't know what's going on. I'm scared of doing it. If I win, that'd be bogus. I would hate that. See something here. Wow. Well, whoever wins, it's a lot of money. When it only did the one emote, that whoever got that one. Oh, okay. That's a good idea. That's a good theory, Jay. I'm gonna look into it. Another riddle? Oh gosh, I'm scared. Your riddles are hard. They are really, really hard. Oh wait, didn't we just come from here? What? Yeah, maybe it's on mobile. Is that what it is, guys? If you're on mobile, it's different. Maybe we gotta go backwards. Oh, we can't go back that way now. Where was that spikes at? You on mobile right now? Okay. Bum bada bum bada bum bum bum. All right, well, let's go back this way. I'm actually gonna go ahead and trigger this one back open. ahead and head on back. That puts me 4 out of 5 right now, guys. Alright, so we're gonna go back into the main hallway where we were. We're gonna put down these 2 totems. Try to take it from there, and then we have 2 more we're gonna need to find. So what's over here? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work right this moment. Holy shoot. Whoa. Before I go doing any of this, I'm about to save it because I feel like that's a death trap and a half. Alright, let's find out where that save was. Slot, CD, lawyer, or riot. What's the cooldown for slots right now? Because I think that one's different from oh, it is every 10 minutes. Huh. Where was the save at? I can't save it here. Oh, looks like I gotta throw my knife at it. No! Oh, there's a save over here. Alright, let me save it real quick, guys. See, the gamble's looking pretty good. You won 200. See, look at that. You doubled your profit. At the beginning, I walk on all 4 floors. Oh, wait. And at the beginning, I walk on all 4s. In the middle, I walk on 2. At the end, I walk on 3. What am I? So originally, walking on 4, then 2. Yeah. Well, before people were winning a lot on the slots, so I did have a cooldown for it. There you go, Queen. You're doing good. You're getting there. Let me go in here real quick, see what we got. The heck am... Oh. Ouch it up. Was this like a shortcut for something? People can be a pain. And on 2v2 clash, yo, I know, bro. I know. On a secret note. It hurts every night when I try to sleep. I wake up with cuts and scratches. This is not normal. I shouldn't be here. I want to go back to our old house, but Tim disagrees. He's mad at me. What the hell is wrong with you? The house has more meanings to you than I do. Don't even listen to me anymore. You're stupid for treating me this way, Tim. She's mad. Ooh. How long has that letter been here? Wow. What's wrong with winning, right? True. True. Well, here's the thing. So like I'm not doing stream elements or like Streamlabs mini games. I'm doing my own. So like let's just say they're like in beta testing. Like they're not, maybe not even beta. I want to say alpha. Like they're not even fully functional. Like look, like right now I think we're having a slots issue. Yeah, the rage quitters are annoying. Yeah, when they leave, that's the most infuriating thing ever. Alright, I think the other 2 are gonna be... Alright, we have to somehow deal with these spikes, guys. Yeah, right. what's gonna happen here? That goes. And that goes. And then we're good to go. So many spikes, man. Feels like I'm playing Tomb Raider. So what's with these? That was easy. So we made it to the other side. Is in dev idea stage, not for consumer testing, right? It's yeah, I'm working on them. I'm trying to figure out why nobody's able to win. Queen is like, There's the handle. Oh, okay. See, Kelsa knows. Yeah, that's the bad thing. There's always like a miss. I bet that person that was playing through their phone. Ouch. Gamble no work for me. Uh-oh. Yeah, see that's something I'm gonna have to like look into. So like with hold on, let me this real quick. All right, so with the where is it? Yeah, I have to look. This is you know what I also could think? Maybe because I put too many emotes, I can probably reduce the emotes amount. Maybe that would you know what would be kind of cool? What if I made a command? Now I don't know if this is possible though, and don't take my word for this. What if I make a command to where you guys can like decrease your cooldown? How would you feel about that? Would that be something you'd like to see me work on? Again, I don't know if it's possible, but I'll can try. It was already a pain in the butt cheeks trying to get you guys individual cooldowns. Yeah, what happened, Queen? Be back. Okay, no problem. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely look into it. See what we can do with that. My own creation, soul eternity, is the most powerful spell ever created. If I ever succeed, I'll rule over the house of the house. I'll have to shoot the name of the power of the wall. That is crazy. Oh, I was there before. Let's go this way. We got them all, guys. This is gonna be hard. Woo-wee! That was close. Yeah, okay. I'll check it out, guys. I'll check it out. I'll see what I can do, okay? I'll try to make a command like that for you guys. I think that would be kind of cool. So I'll definitely see what I can do about that. More spikes. That was a lot. Almost got butchered. So what's the point of me breaking these chains? I don't think I need to. I want to break them anyway. Why not? You know? Oh my gosh. All right, let's see what else we have here, guys. Let me go ahead and do this real quick. Bam! I think we're good. We're done. It's only been 3 minutes. All right, so like I said, guys, I think I did mention about those commands. Hold on, let me double check. Hold on. I should probably make like a mini game help command, right? Let's see here. And I think for the slots, I did write something on it. Let me double check. Hold on. I'm gonna put alpha test on it because that's what it is right now, guys. The slots are not working too properly here. It's just like a casino house, always wins, right? That's crazy. That is most definitely crazy, guys. What's with this long hallway? We open up all these gates. I feel like we're in trouble. Open the gate. I feel like something's about to chase me here. What's going on here? Ah, a bunch of wheels. Okay. Like I'm about to be in big I bet you this guy's coming right. Big boy's coming. No, it's because Trickspot's a thief. No. Let's watch our steps here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna like jump up and like grab me or what. The hell, I just heard the music. What's just happened? Yep, not running. So this doesn't look like there's much we can do here, really, for the most part. Oh, what the? This guy's just throwing bodies. You saw that? What? You guys are trying to freak me out. Watch that right. Yep, we're in big trouble. He's trying to listen for me now, guys. We gotta watch it. Ooh-wee. What's up, fellas? That was close, guys. I can't do anything with this one quite yet. Yeah, we gotta wait for that one. I was right. You were very right. Very, very, very right. This guy's gonna be coming back. Oh no, careful. Yep. Get in here. Ooh. I did not know he can come in here. Okay. How does he periodically know or hear me? I don't get it. Wow, yeah, Jace, I farted. Yup, big man heard my farts, guys, as he's gonna chase me down. Good thing I wasn't in that corner. You were very much right. Let's follow this guy real quick. Ooh. Okay. Let's not move for right now. Did you profit from it though? That's crazy. Yep, trick spot's officially all screwed up, guys. Get on your knees, boy. Get on your knees. I don't know where the next one's gonna be. I don't think this is a safe area. Holy shillys. Oh, he took a whack at me. Oh, gosh. Not good, guys. Not good. There's gotta be more. Okay, we found the other one, guys. So let's go ahead and knock this out. Alright, I'm telling you, this is like a marshmallow on a stick, right? Doesn't it look like a giant marshmallow? Oh, yeah, he's mad. Oh, he already smashed this one. Ooh, buddy. Yeah, of course. So he's real good at hearing me, but I can't. How am I supposed to run and hide now? I don't know. Let's let him walk by, guys. Yo, this guy can run. Stab him? Well, if we go by what the letter told us, nothing can pierce through his skins because of his tattoos or something, but his eyes were vulnerable. That's why he's not able to see right now. Okay. All right, let's get back in that room. Guys, we're gonna have to try to get through this. We don't want him to take us out. Can I crawl in here? Oh, that's a negative. Where's he going? First he wants to come in here. All right, so which way is he going now? I gotta find out which way he's going now. There goes this big guy again, guys. Get on your knees. Beg for mercy. All right, we got the next one here. Hide right here for a second. He's gonna come and try to get this one. You're downloading a keyboard app? Really? Holy shoot! Come on, man. I'm screwed, guys. I am screwed. Ooh, just don't move, Tricks. I'm almost dead, guys. I'm almost dead. Look, and he's purposely staying in his room. Look at him. He knows. Wow, he doesn't want to leave this room. You gotta be kidding me.
You're fired!
He's got some pretty long nails too. A lullaby? Yeah, I mean, I need to sing something. I need to get out of there. We need to get the hex out of there. I don't think we've ever been in this room yet, guys. There might be a thing. There's a couple we can hit. Haven't hit that one. I wish I had health right now. I'm almost done for, guys. I think we got him. We could finally get in there. Woo! This is close. Nice. Here we go. Ooh. That cannon came out of nowhere. Shoot the cannon. So that's it? Yo, you gonna give me like health or something? No, but give us a note. All these years together and you never raise your voice at me. Not even once. Then you yell at me like that. Why? I'm not crazy. I'm not doing anything that you think I am. Me needing to see a psychiatrist? Why can't we just talk when I need you? Yeah, so this is all letters from the wife, guys. Bye-bye, big man. Yeah, big man had to go. He just got shot by a cannon. And no one finds it odd that there's cannonball shells all over the place. Right, look at this. Honestly, I didn't even know what they were. I knew they were some kind of balls, but didn't know what they were. But I guess this will make sense, right? Yeah, it's all good, man. I'm almost dead, guys. I need health bad. So is he down and out? Oh, look. I think we got him. That's it. We got him. Right, Kelso? At least that we identified. We still yet to further investigate the case here, guys. It's still a mystery. What kind of balls are they? Back in the temple again? Oh, save. Thank goodness. Thank goodness, guys. I need health. Bad. Right. Very true. Very true. Alright, guys. It looks like we're working our way back out again. I just wish we had health right now. Honestly, we don't have anything. I got one hit. Oh! This is where we rhyme. Run for your life! Run for your life! And run for our life! Yo, come on, guys. Come on. Come on. He is after me. Come on, a little more, guys. How the heck he get in front of us? I don't get it. This guy's a beast, yo. Go to bed, big man. We put him to bed. How is he still... He said no cannonball is gonna stop me. We're gonna have to crawl it out, guys. I like that one, Kelso. That one's pretty cool. That one is pretty cool. Pretty awesome. I feel like he's gonna chase me again, guys, so let's be ready.
Damn it! Why won't it open?
He's holding it. I'm going back. He is strong. Oh, we just both died. Yeah, we just both died. Hey, at least I killed him, right? At least we took him out. Took me out. Yeah, that was definitely a fail on both of our parts. Oh, what was I supposed to do there? No, that's a bad way to go, guys. Ride for your life. Well, let's get going there, guys. I wish I didn't have all this blood on my screen. Alright, this is where he comes from this side. Yeah. Oh, what the heck? Yeah, I was trying to go, or maybe I'm supposed to crawl? Oh, wait a minute. He breaks that. Maybe I need to come back in here. He comes in no matter what.
Damn it! Why won't it open?
Seriously? I'm about to die again. Dang it. Alright, I thought maybe we can go back, but that's... No, we can't go back. I think we have to hit the lever again. I think that's what's going on. I screwed up. What time is it? Okay, we still got a little bit of time. Dang it. Dang it! No! Alright, guys, we got another attempt. Let's go for it again. Okay. Bum ba da bum ba da bum 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 ba da bum bum bum. This place is falling apart, guys, but we need to get up out of here for sure. Almost there, guys. Almost there. Here he comes again. This guy does not want to let me down. He just keeps on coming. He comes no matter what, so we can just run it through it. Alright, we're gonna hit that lever and we're just gonna hit it again. I think that's what we gotta do. Or while he's weak, we do something to his eyes. I don't know. Oh!
Damn it! Why won't it open?
I didn't see this last time. Is he gonna die? I had to take him out. There's no way he lived through that. Okay. Don't stand at the door. Yeah. So yeah, first it was see how long he holds it. I tried to run backward and then I went backwards. And now we figured it out. Save it again just to be safe. Thank you, Mr. Hand. You know what's a good thing about saving the game? Always gives me a hand at winning this game, you know? Alright. Oh my gosh, what happened here? Whoa. Whoa.
This is your true form. You're an ugly bastard. Jane and I are in this hellhole because of you.
He's still alive?
No. You're going to hell, ghost. How does that feel? What's going on? What's happening?
You weren't supposed to do that.
Kill him! Kill that bastard!
Oh. What just happened? Enhanced magic knife? Enhanced knife forged from 3 types of non-metal irons, not fully complete, but has enough power to use against evil spirits. He's frozen. So I killed this guy? That's it? He's done? Oh boy. So this guy was doing a bunch of rituals. Is that it? Okay. Let's get out of here. So he froze and then we took out the other guy. Or is it falling apart? It's falling apart. Somebody had a bone, right? Well, the monk told me too not to do it with corruption. Alright, this place is crumbling, guys. We gotta get out of here. We gotta go! Run it! Run it! We're gonna make it. Gotta hand it to the game for inventing saving. That one was better. That one was way better. Run, Trix, run! Apparently no. Right. That's crazy. Okay. So what's gonna happen here now? We took out the guy. This is it, guys. I think we're ready to... We have not yet found a health thingy, guys. It's the sound of police. Ooh, ooh, it's the sound of police. There was a couple times. There is a Medusa in here, or whatever that is. Alright, bunch of... Go back to the door you started, look down. Huh? Oh shoot, did I miss something? Ugh. Parts are good. You know what I miss? So we don't have many Kmart's in my area. Wow. They gave me one. Okay. Well, that's good. You know what? Better than nothing, though. At least we got a few of those things. Thank you, Project Zero. We got pretty good health. I don't want to waste it. I want the blood off my screen, but I don't want to waste the health for that. You know what I'm saying? Or just deal with it. There's one more, right? Yep, yep. Alright, let's head forward, guys. Some of these guys look like about to come alive. Yep, they stood up. I don't want to waste it. Seriously, bro? Got full health now. Let me get up out of here. These guys are just gonna keep on coming alive. That's right. Get away from me. I'm wasting my spikes, guys, but I gotta be careful. I gotta be more quiet. Nothing in this room? Nothing. We got a few of them hanging on the walls, though. Oh, this is a little tough. Jeez, get up out of here. Grab those guys. We're gonna need them. Alright, nice and easy. We got one down the hall there. Let's be careful. Alright, we're keeping it up and keeping it rolling. Let's go. Yes, I'll take the health. We're gonna need that too. Nothing in here. Dead end, dead end. Turn it around. Where the heck are we anyway? Got bamboo sticks everywhere. Look at that. Turn around. Come on, just turn it around. We don't want you facing this way. Alright, so I think what we're going to do is I'm actually going to finish up with Final Fantasy IX. I put the save onto my phone now, so we'll maybe do that later, maybe? We got to get on that Maximal pretty soon. We need to discuss mobile game, guys. Later on, mobile game. What do we want to play later? If I go on, I don't know. It depends. They just want to hug. But I don't want to hug them. They're dangerous. They're very mean. Night and night. Bunch of good thing here, guys. We got 2 healths. And yeah, this was a good room. I'm glad we went in here. So these don't work on them or something? Like, I don't get it. Like with the enhanced knife. Wow. Got him. I don't want to waste the health yet though, guys. I'm gonna go easy on that part. Best mobile game? Snake? Snake? Yes, Maxima. Right. Ooh, let's Let's eat up real quick, guys. Eat some poop ball. We'll take that. Bye-bye. All right, we got him in there, guys. Right, I hate that. That's so annoying, right? Some of these guys are like monks. So what happened here? Oh, man. Else for days. Yes, thank you. Thank you. They're giving us supplies now. Oh, we got supply. Yo, I feel better now, guys. I just wish we were able to hold more, like, inventory. This is a bad room. Nope. I got full everything, so I don't need to be in there.
Shit!
Ooh, that was close. We stun him. Oh, I can get up from a distance? Oh, it's on now. Oh, it's so on. Oh, we got this. Yeah, they come out of nowhere, dude. It's crazy, bro. It's just so crazy how they do it, you know what I'm saying? Oh, right in the base is where it's at. I keep forgetting headshots really matter in this game. I don't know why I haven't been doing that since the beginning. They're giving us a bunch of health, though. Like, where was all this health earlier? When don't headshots matter? I know, right? I should have been. I should know. You know, it's crazy. He's blocking that. Look at that. Yeah, I'm glad now we're figuring it out. We're doing it. Oh my god, look at his head. There's nothing in here. A few things, some steaks, but I don't need them now. We're already good though, guys. Right. Thank you guys, I appreciate those. Thank you so much. Alright, let's keep it rolling, guys, and let's be very careful here. Oh! Am I going backwards? I just felt like I went backwards just now. Yeah, we definitely went backwards. Yep, I remember this one. All right, let's get back to where we were, guys. What the heck? Almost got butchered. Yo, Kelso, did we check out the G2A website, guys? See if maybe Maximal's on there? Like a Steam key, maybe cheaper. Bum 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 bum. Let's just run it up, guys. Come on. I just totally missed that. Yeah, you went backwards because you were running away from the things, right? On Steam, I checked Kinguin, G2A, Steam, eBay, Amazon, Steam, currently best price. Gotcha, so Steam's the best one. Okay. You know what I noticed lately? Digital keys just haven't really been the same as they once were. Wow, we had to go this way the entire time, guys. Where was I going? Okay. Door just shut on us, so let's be careful. Gonna be a bunch of these guys here. What time is it? Alright, probably got about 15 more minutes, guys. Let's try to get as far as we can here. Thank you. Ooh-wee, that was so close there, ladies and gentlemen. Grab a couple of those thingies and stay alive. Got him. This knife did get a lot better, but we're gonna go ahead and do this real quick. Nice, one hit, look at that. Yeah, I'm getting a few calls right now. I'm probably gonna do a few things tonight. Like I said, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. It's just I haven't done a desktop stream in so long. I just really wanted to do it today, you know. Oh, in the base. I love that this recharges so much quicker now. Ooh, and on the table back there. Did I really? Really? Was a table? Oh, this one. Jeez, how am I missing this stuff? Wow, there's a hit on that one. Gotcha. Yo, okay, we're getting a little better, and I'm glad we got this knife now, guys. Wow. That's what you get for poking your head out. What were you thinking? You really thought you can beat me? Come on. You have to do better than that. All right, let's continue on here, guys. We're making good progress. Oh, well, I hope your cramp pain goes away and it feels better. Sorry about that, Queen. Thank you so much for hanging out, though. Thank you so much. I really, and thank you for the riddles. The riddles were good. I still gotta figure out the second one. You had me so good on that first one. Some things cannot be undone. I have to own this and move on with my life. I know this is inappropriate and it might sound like I'm just making excuses, but it's impossible to keep things to myself. Wow. Okay. Very nice.
Shit!
Wow, I'm aiming right at your face. Got him. It's life tricks. I know, it's okay. I just hope you feel better though. Pain is never the best thing. Like honestly, like I woke up this morning, guys, and I felt like, ugh. Let's just say I went out and haven't done anything in a while like that, and I wasn't feeling too good the next day. So usually I don't go out like that, but wow, just wow. That's all I gotta say. Thank goodness for electrolytes and like food and stuff to help out. So where am I? I've been this way already. Oh! What's up, guys? Do you want to talk about this? Let's make a GIF for this one. This is cool. 3, 2, 1. All right, good job. Right. Let's get the ones in the back. All right, who else needs to go? And you, sir, in the back there. Okay. We're condensing it down, which is good. One more for you, my dear friend. It's so nice of them to line up. Ooh, we got a tough guy here. And now for you two. Just dodging my throws. You see that? Whoa! All right. Well, we need some I'm gonna lie. There's gotta be something hanging around about here, guys. I need to get some of those back. Alright, let's go to continue on, move forward. More health on the floor, which is perfect. Let's check in these rooms. These rooms usually will have something for us. But nothing in this one, though. This one has nothing for us. Blocking? Yeah. Yep. Wait, I thought you left. Look at this guy. How's it hanging? Wait, that sword looks familiar. The executioner was here. Oh no, don't tell me he's still alive. What's with the statues, man? These statues are gonna have a purpose here in a minute, I know it. Alright, first of all, we need to save it up. Are we in chapter 5 yet? You know what? Good night, Queen. Thank you so much, by the way. You have yourself a good night. So I got the riddle. Yay! That was the answer to the second riddle. Sounds like the beginning of life is when your baby is crawling. Wow. Okay. That was good. That was really good. That's impressive. Like, what? That's insane. Good job, Jim. You did a good job, bro. Yeah, I'm not really sure on this one, guys. I want to continue on, but then at the same time, I don't know. I don't know. Let's get through here. This is a whole new area here. Look at these like big giant raindrops just coming down on the screen right now. It's insane. It was the whole lifespan there from when you begin to crawl, learn to walk, and have to walk with a cane. Wow, Jim. No, I would have not got the cane part. That would have took a little bit, but the first two I can see how you can get it so easy. That was a good one. That was really good, guys. All right, give me one moment, guys. Well, actually, you know what? Their leg is the cane. Yeah, I think to be safe, let's go ahead and save it up. I think we made pretty good progress on here. Let's see what chapter we're in. Chapter 5. Look at that, guys. We're doing great. We are doing good. All right. Well, in any case, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. We're gonna go ahead and conclude this episode for right now. Don't want to overdo it too much. I don't know what our uptime is looking like right now, guys, but let's take a quick peek at our uptime. Oh yeah, we definitely did our 4 hours here today, guys. Definitely did our 4 hours here today. But yeah, but if anything, guys, like I said, thank you for everything. I want to do a quick activity check here, guys, for today's stream, today's session. Jim coming in with that 100, 200 cheer bits all in total, and Kelso coming in with the 1500 cheer bits. All right, looking pretty good there. So cheers, great guys, great job. I mean, did really awesome on that. I really do appreciate it big time. And also Kelso coming in with that $7 donation, guys. Shout out to Kelso for that one. We're gonna definitely save that, and we're gonna put it towards a Steam game upon the request from the donation. So that would definitely be just sitting there, put it to the side. We'll put it in the game vault, and we'll definitely go ahead and try to get that one for you, Kelso. I really appreciate your help, man. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and end this right here. I mean, I think we've gotten pretty far. Another 5 hours embassy. when I play these kind of games, I take my time. I enjoy it. I admire it. You know what I'm saying? I know you can rush this game and probably beat it in less than like 2 or 3 hours, but I take my time and enjoy it. You know, I talk to the enemies. I talk to the stream. You know, I make commentary remarks. You know, we have our conversations about things, and things just look pretty good. So, but yeah. All right, well, that's gonna be it for me. Thank you so much for everything. You guys have a great night, and I hope to see you guys later. If you have any questions or any suggestions about, now I can get back to the game preview games, guys. So they might even add new games by now. So definitely keep me updated with that. But I'll catch you guys in the next session. Thank you guys. Have a great night. Bye bye.